Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. I read this before the roll call. Okay, we have a new emergency thing. In the event of an emergency evacuation, an alarm may sound. Everyone should exit the building by way of the nearest stairwell in a safe and effective manner. If the nearest stairwell is blocked by smoke, use the other stairwell. Do not use the elevator. Once you have reached the main floor, follow the exit signs to exit the building and quickly proceed away from the building. Please be mindful of others evacuating and of emergency vehicles. In the event of severe weather in the area, the chairperson of the committee will determine if there is a need to evacuate to the designated severe weather shelter. If the chairperson recommends the evacuation to the designated severe weather shelter area, everyone should go to the second floor by using the interior staircase, which is behind us. The severe weather shelter area is marked by signage. Please do not leave the shelter until the severe weather has left the area. Also, please be mindful of others evacuating as well. Okay, I call this ad hoc committee to study amending the existing water quality buffer resolution and related regulations meeting to order. First, we'll have roll call. Tom Cole.
Here.
Bree Gaskey.
Here.
Mr. Miller.
Here.
Jamie Daly is here. Justin Peake. And we have absent Jeff Hedrick. Okay, first we'll have setting of the agenda. Does everyone have the agenda in front of them? Do I hear a motion to set the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Mr. Caskey, and seconded by Mr. Cole. Okay. Does everybody have? Well, oh, you have to go. All those in favor of setting the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the agenda is set. Does everyone have a copy of the minutes in front of them? Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes? Everybody's reading.
So moved.
Mr. Caskey. So moved. I hear a second.
Second.
Mr. Cole. All those in favor of approval of the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, aye. Okay, public input on items. We have no public here. What? Yes, they are. I'm sorry. Okay, our unfinished business. We're going to discuss and take possible action regarding amendments of a resolution establishing a water quality buffer and related regulation of streams, rivers, wetlands, ponds, and lakes in Blount County. Okay. Everybody needs to get out their resolution that is colored in red and yellow. And also they probably need to look at the current resolution, which is not colored.
So, Chairman, I left my phone out in the vehicle. I've been in a meeting with the mayor for the last half hour, longer. I ran over, so I wasn't expecting that. If you don't mind, I'm going to run and get my
Do we
packet.
have an extra one of that?
Well, I've got mine that are highlighted and where I've been taking notes, so I can run through real fast while you are.
Okay.
topics, if that's okay.
Okay, well, Mr. Teague is out getting his papers. I want to make sure everyone understands that there is no commission meeting this month. We will have the regular commission meeting on the 19th, I believe is the correct date, Rhonda.
March 19th, yes.
March 19th.
Agenda committee, March the 3rd.
And the agenda committee is going to be March the 3rd, which is moved, I always say back, but it's actually moving forward, isn't it? Mm-hmm. So if the possibility of us actually finishing this tonight, it can go into the agenda and be addressed at the March commission meeting. And Grady, I did bring snacks over there.
Okay.
And cups. I didn't have any way to carry water or anything. With your confidence, so anytime
I've
you
got
need,
some tea.
if you need a break at any time, let us know.
Okay.
And I don't know what parliamentary procedure says for this moment in time. But I thought we would start with the red marked items and handle one at a time, and then go to the yellow marked items and handle those one at a time. And we do need to vote on each and every change. But as we have learned, when it goes to the commission, it all needs to be combined. And we are being taped and videoed.
Tissue. Need tissue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I notice we have one that says current, one says revision 1, and then one that's,
Well, the current
that's the current.
is the one that is the current,
Thank
and
you.
the highlighted one is what we're going to be voting on. But you may have to go back in any time. Okay, Mr. Chief, while you were gone.
Just, they need to recommend this one first, or anything. I like this is, you called this one draft 1, didn't you?
Yes.
They like to get it on the floor, do they have to start off with this one?
Well, it's always a working document. I don't know.
Okay,
I'm sure there'll be more changes added to it, so.
okay.
So we're referring to the highlighted document.
I just thought, I was thinking you have to have a motion and second before you get discussion going.
Do what?
Motion and second before you get discussion going, that's fine.
Yes, we will.
To bring,
Okay.
Do I hear, okay, well, Rhonda knows a lot more about parliamentary procedure than I do.
but, well, that's one reason I asked which one are we bringing? The current, revision 1, or the other one? I guess we bring the current and then
Well,
those
the current,
modify.
the current one is what we had originally and that we started with in the first meeting. And then I was instructed to go in and make the minimum changes to meet the state requirements, and then to highlight any hot topic controversial areas.
Correct.
Which is what I've called as draft 1, or I think draft 1, or revision 1. So that's where we are now.
Okay.
Well, I guess that's one we should start with, because the revision one.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Or is it draft 1?
It says draft 1 on yours. Okay.
I think it says revision. Have current,
Or
revision 1, and then one is not marked.
I think revision 1 is the one with your notes. The one that I think's the final doesn't have it.
The original.
It has all the markings on the red.
Okay, we
I
can
think
call
the
it,
original says
call it revision one.
Okay, revision 1 is the one with the yellow and the red. I want to tell Mr. T, while he was gone, that the commission meeting won't be until March 19th.
Okay.
And if we should, by a miracle and the grace of God, finish this tonight, the agenda meeting has been moved to March 3rd, which means we would have to get this on the agenda by Tuesday or Wednesday at the latest, tomorrow. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Good question.
Do you comprehend what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, so March 19th. Calendar out here.
Is the normally scheduled commission meeting. But they've moved the agenda meeting to March 3rd.
The 19th is a meeting. The agenda is March 3rd?
Yes.
Correct. Next Tuesday. Correct.
So it would have to be turned in time for the agenda.
Which is, when's the deadline for the public notice? So
Do you have to give a public notice?
no, I thought, well, I'm sorry,
we do.
the deadline,
For the agenda, for it to
5
be
days.
on the agenda for the commission, it's tomorrow or Wednesday at latest.
okay.
He's gonna cry.
Well, I had a symposium to go to tomorrow in Knoxville, so I was planning that out, so I did tomorrow, which doesn't help, but depends on what kind of changes we do not.
Can ask, make an inquiry. We can actually bring it up at the commission, but it takes
2/3.
2/3 vote to add it at the meeting, correct?
Yeah. That's another possibility.
Well, let's just see how many changes we got.
Yeah, we can go for them. So are we marking the one that was not marked, we're marking it as revision 1?
No.
Okay, revision 1 has no markings, has no color, has no nothing.
No.
That's the same thing, except this one's in color.
Does somebody have one in their packet that's highlighted or
Yes.
in red font?
Yes, but it has, it's not marked anything. It's blank.
Just put it, mark it revision 1.
So the one that is revision 1, already marked revision 1, we're going to.
That was the black and white. You've got two of the same ones, black and white, and the other's color, and that's because my color copier just was hooked up to today.
But
Sorry.
it will be handier with the colored one.
So I would move to consider revision 1.
Okay,
Did he just make a motion?
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Need a second.
Do I need a second to that? Okay, Tom, I just want to remind you, to be heard on the recording, you need to speak up there.
Okay.
So does Grady. Pretend you're in the classroom, Grady.
I don't talk loud in my classroom.
See, you're not talking loud now. Okay, we're going to start
Well, we got
with, what?
to approve it.
Well, she can ask for discussion.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay,
Got a motion and second, motion by Caskey, second by Cole.
okay. And the motion is to consider revision 1 and have discussion on revision 1, which is the color-coded copy.
Which, to confuse you even worse, there are a few pages, like the first 2 pages, there should be some areas that should be in red font and aren't for some reason.
Okay,
But I can tell you what specifically those sections are, or those the language is.
okay.
But yes.
We will address that too.
We have issues with me sending the emails over to Rhonda's computer and them communicating and printing off So hopefully we'll get that figured out in the future. So
Today they just made the adjustment on my computer to my copier, so maybe it'll work.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, now I've ordered.
It's not your fault. Computer fault.
All those in favor of the motion?
Well, we can't.
We
We
can't.
have to discuss it first.
Oh, I thought we had to, okay. I was
Sorry.
confused.
I'm sorry. I hope that's right, but
Okay.
that's,
Justin, do you want to lead us through on the red ones first?
Okay. You want to go page by page?
Yes.
Okay. On the first page, which it doesn't show up, but if you would like, if you just want to underline, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth paragraph or the fifth whereas. I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the fifth one.
Yes.
You'll see this, the last sentence there. Urbanized, unincorporated areas of Blount County. That was an addition. So if you want to underline or highlight that section, that was not in the original resolution.
Okay.
The next paragraph down, first sentence, the word projects
Was added.
was added as well.
Okay. Stop there. Wait a minute.
On the word projects, it's not really defined in the definition that I can find. If somebody wants to know what a project is, how would you make that determination?
Well, it appears that that's probably a definition we need to put in there. And the state references, development and redevelopment projects is how the language is. I think in the first adoption of this, that word was left out. And I think my opinion, it should be in there. If you want to leave that, you can.
Is your opinion that we need a definition, or is the state define it?
Let me see.
Now we need to see if the state has it first.
I guess they're not going to have definitions for that. And I do remember in the first adoption of this, there was language that we had to.
Well, no, listen, we just heard y'all were having food down here, so we're gonna move our meeting down here with you all.
No,
No? Okay.
we already knew it.
There were some definitions added to the document that weren't found within the state guidelines. And I'm not sure if somebody just did a quick search on Google to find a definition, but there were some definitions that were added that weren't in the state language. And the word project is not in the definition section of the state permit. So,
In your opinion, do you think it's important to keep that word in there?
well, in reading that one sentence right there, whereas new development and redevelopment adjacent to community waters. It sounds kind of strange in my opinion. I think it reads better if the word projects is in there. Let me check one thing with the
okay. Well, we need to vote on each and everything individually. Is that not right, Miss?
What you could do is, make a motion that we can just list the amendments with the following amendments, or you can do it individually, either one, whichever way you need to do it. Like if you approve this revision 1 with the following amendments, or if you just want to amend each thing separately, whatever you want to do.
Did y'all understand that?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Repeat that, please.
So we can go through all of the amendments, we can do one motion to accept
Approve
with the
revision one with the following amendments, you could do that, or you can just vote on each one separately if you want to.
I guess my fear is if we loop them all together and they don't pass because somebody doesn't like one of them.
Well, you'll be sending a resolution to the commission.
I mean, I'm just in us. If we can't agree, then
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, all right, yeah,
that makes sense.
yeah, that does.
okay.
So we can do each one individually. He's seeing,
But then convert the resolution to one at the end to give to the commission.
Okay,
That's the way I saw it.
okay.
okay.
Okay, is there any, okay, on the work projects, is anyone else concerned with that? Speak now.
Well, he's,
Let me
Okay,
just
go ahead.
say what the state requirement is this is word for word, develop and implement a set of requirements to establish, protect, and maintain a permanent water quality buffer along all waters of the state at new development and redevelopment projects. That's why I inserted the word projects there, because before it was in the first round, it was left out.
Okay.
That's how it read in the state regs, and I think it sounds better.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need a definition for projects now? Probably wouldn't hurt, but, the state does define that word in their regulations. A quick Google search, I'm sure you can find several decent definitions that this body could probably
Okay.
could agree on.
For efficiency, could I hear a motion that we,
Wait, I'm sorry.
What?
We have a motion on the floor already, consider revision one. So you want to just say for discussion and go ahead and vote on it like you were going to, since you want to vote on each thing individually?
yeah,
Okay. So you have a motion on the floor, Caskey first and Cole second, to consider revision one for discussion. So
that's gotta be great.
Catch that train.
Sorry.
So I guess if you're going to consider each amendment separately, then you probably want to vote on that to consider revision one for discussion.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead. Then you want to take your vote on that one then before we go to your next motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Whatever you said.
Your motion was to consider revision one for discussion.
Yes,
Okay.
That was to get it on the floor.
yes. I thought we already did that.
But we haven't voted.
Yeah.
Oh, we did. We'll vote again.
But we didn't vote on it.
All those in favor of considering revision one for revision, say aye.
This is for discussion.
For discussion.
Yes, aye.
Aye. Okay. Yes. Okay. Now, we are discussing on page 1 the term projects being added. Do I hear a motion that we keep the word projects in first? Let's just do that first. Do I hear a motion that we keep the word projects in? Okay, Gary made a motion. No second? Okay, it failed. So,
Can I make a motion to substitute revision one for the original resolution as amended?
I have a motion.
As amended. Substitute revision one, which is under consideration, for the original resolution as amended. Revision one as amended for the original resolution.
Which, in effect, would take the word projects out.
No.
No.
It would substitute this. This is the current one, the original one. It would substitute this one for this one in total as amended.
Wait a minute.
Then we can discuss the amendments.
If we we can't keep the current because of the state laws.
I know this one's saying we're going to substitute Division 1 for the current. We're going to substitute this one for this one, then we will discuss all the amendments to it.
I thought that's what we
Is
were
that,
doing.
you can do that, correct, Rhonda? The motion to substitute.
But
That's what we're,
if you're going to amend though, you'll have to leave that motion open while you're amending.
Correct.
We need to do that at the end. It's great.
And then at the end. Did you do that at the end? So is it open now? I guess I'm getting.
When you put it on the floor for discussion.
So it's already on the floor for discussion?
Yes,
Okay.
it's on the floor for discussion.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. And the motion failed to keep the word projects in
yes,
because you didn't have a second.
right.
So are you withdrawing your motion, Grady?
Yes.
Okay. On page 1.
Striking the word project.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know how we can come back to it.
Okay, just make it aware there, the word projects was added in several, at least 2 places I know right off the bat in the resolution. So just keep in mind, it's not only just the first page,
Okay.
it's used in other pages as well. So,
Okay, well, would you point that out as we go
Okay,
along?
then we'll make a motion to reconsider.
Okay, Mr. Gasky has made a motion to reconsider the motions
Project.
to change, to add the word projects. Do I hear a second to that?
I can second it.
Who can second?
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Cole second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We don't have any no's. Okay. Now, that was just a motion to reconsider, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do I hear any questions about adding the word projects?
I will make a motion to insert the word projects between redevelopment and adjacent at the 6th whereas of the preamble.
Hey, could you hear that?
Insert the word projects between the words redevelopment and adjacent.
Yes.
At the 6th whereas
In the preamble.
of the preamble.
Oh, this is the preamble. Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any no's? Okay, the motion passed that we insert the word projects between redevelopment and adjacent on the 6th whereas on the first page.
We need to back up.
Yeah, we do on this
Oh, they
one.
do.
and on that one, it was just worded unincorporated areas of the county. The word urbanized was left out. I believe that's the original one, the urbanized was left out, which is the minimum area requirement for this resolution to be in effect. So that was just a miss in the first round of the resolution. So
I'll make a motion to have the revision of urbanized unincorporated areas of Blount County added into the 5th whereas
Okay.
as shown on revision 1.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion has been made and seconded that on the 5th whereas, after the words waters in the, that urbanized unincorporated areas of Blount County be added. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so the motion carries. Then on the 5th whereas, it will be changed from urban growth boundaries of the municipalities of Maryville and Alcoa to say urbanized unincorporated areas of Blount County. I have a question on the title of this. It says the resolution is for Blount County. Does it need to be changed to urbanized unincorporated areas of Blount County in the title of the resolution?
It could. It's up to whatever the body wants.
Well, it just looks, when you see that, you think it applies to the whole county. Does that bother anyone else? No?
I think it should be made clear.
Yeah, I'm all for being clear. Okay, do I hear a motion that that be changed, or any more discussion? Or Tom, I didn't hear what you wanted to say about that.
I didn't say
I can't hear you.
I didn't say anything.
I know.
I'm thinking.
To be honest with you, I don't even remember why that title was
I know,
worded the way
but
it was back. That was
to me,
years
it's more
ago.
clear because we're just dealing with the urbanized, unincorporated areas. We're not dealing with the whole county.
I think originally you were though, weren't you? Originally. they were-
Originally, we were the
Yes,
whole county,
yes.
and that's why I'm saying this is different.
Correct.
Is that not the minimum?
The urbanized area.
If you put an urbanized area in, it doesn't lock you into that area, you cannot expand.
That's correct unless the commission decides to go in there and change that. Correct. Yeah.
So you want to,
We have a motion now. Okay. Do I hear a motion to change the title to say urbanized unincorporated areas of Blount County? No. Okay, so it will stand as it says. What? Why is everybody laughing?
I thought they were making
Okay. I wanted to, but no.
Why don't you?
As chairman, I can't do that.
No.
Well, okay. Are we ready to go to the second page?
I'll make the motion.
Oh, wait a minute. Now Karen's made the motion. Karen made a motion that we change the title of the resolution to set from Blount County to urbanized unincorporated areas of Blount County. Do I hear a second? No, it failed. Yeah. Now, Justin, is there anything that was read on this page?
Yes. On page 2, the second paragraph. Oh gosh. The 9th line down, where it reads, implement a set of requirements to establish, protect, and maintain. The word permanent was added to that.
That's a pretty strong word, permanent.
Can you give us a little bit of background?
Well, yes. Go back. There could be some confusion because, well, number one, there again, I'll read the definition, the requirement by the state. Develop and implement a set of requirements to establish, protect, and maintain a permanent water quality buffer. So there again, that, in my opinion, that word was left out last time, not necessarily intentionally. To confuse the situation, the state requires during construction a construction buffer. Okay,
Right.
That's a state requirement that has to be implemented and enforced by the state. We have to kind of follow suit with that, but that's during construction. Once that construction site is completed and the site stabilized, that construction buffer can be eliminated, altered, whatever you want to call it. Okay. These regulations right here we have before us tonight, they go into effect after the project is completed. That's why they call it a permanent. That way it's supposed to be there and remain there in place after the project. So there is a construction buffer and a permanent buffer.
I see.
As defined by the state. And we are dealing with a permanent buffer, the one that will remain there and goes into effect after the project is completed and the site stabilized. So that's why that word was inserted there. But there again, if this body feels like it's too harsh, too strong, or shouldn't be there, then it can be removed.
Okay, does anybody want to speak on this matter?
I'll make a motion to insert the word permanent on line 9 of page 2, second paragraph, line 9 of the second paragraph. Insert the word permanent between maintain and water quality.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay. The motion has been made and seconded that we add the word permanent on the second page, second paragraph, line 9, between the words maintain and water. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh. All those opposed? No one's opposed. It's unanimous. So it passed. Anything else on that page? Just
Yes, the next line down, after the word buffers, was inserted along all waters of the state.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, the last word was at. So along all waters of the state at was inserted into the original resolution.
And there is a definition of waters of the state in here, right?
Is that state language also?
I saw it somewhere in here.
I believe there's a definition.
I believe it's in state.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see.
Tom, did you say you found it?
Page 4, letter O.
And I will go back to the same requirement I've read already several times. Develop and implement a set of requirements to establish, protect, and maintain a permanent water quality buffer along all waters of the state at new development and redevelopment projects. So along all waters of the state is in the requirement language, word for word, in the TDEC permit. And at the end of that word, at the end of that sentence, the same sentence, the word projects was used again. There again, referencing basically word for word on what the state required. So there again, that line, what was inserted along all waters of the state at, and then the end of that sentence, projects again.
Okay. Does
So I'll
anyone?
make a motion to accept the revised wording for, is this line 9, line 10? Adding along all waters of the state at and projects after redevelopment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded that on page 2, line 10, we add the words along all waters of the state act between buffers and new, and on the same line, we add the word projects after the word redevelopment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Oh, okay. The motion carried. Do I need to read the motion again? Okay, good. Anything else on that page 2?
Yes, the same paragraph, next to the last line, the word springs was inserted. It says bordering streams, ponds, wetlands, and then springs.
Okay, I don't remember what springs, the definition given of springs.
Yes, and
Okay.
that, and I don't have the old state permit, so I don't know if that was in the original state permit 10 years ago, or, and it was just missed by the first commission, or it was added to this language. But the actual definition for water quality buffer in the definition section of the state permit references the word, it says springs. And that wasn't in there in the first resolution, so that's why that word was added to it, because it is now in the state definition for water quality buffer. It references, let's see, vegetation bordering streams, ponds, wetlands, springs, reservoirs, or lakes.
Okay, in there somewhere in here, it seems like I remember that the buffers for streams, I guess it's in the drainage. I guess what I'm trying to say, and there's something in here I read about, you know, look like I have a stream behind my house like that big. Isn't there something about the size in here somewhere?
Not the size of the actual stream.
I mean, do we call the stream is
Oh,
It's the size of your development.
Some drainage areas.
in the development?
that's what warrants if you need, if this
Oh, I
applies.
see what Tom's
The
getting at.
the measurement of the drainage area,
The drainage.
whether it's running towards a lake, a spring, a river, pond, or stream, or wetland, that's what determines if this applies as well. The drainage area to that specific point
Has to
on
be a specific size.
drainage area that drains to the springs, ponds, wetlands, springs, reservoirs.
Okay, I understand. Does anyone else have trouble with the word springs or have another question about that?
Make a motion to insert the word springs, line 13, second paragraph, page 2. Insert the word springs between wetlands and reservoirs.
I second.
Okay, we have Tom seconding. Okay, the motion has been made and seconded that we insert the word springs on page 2, second paragraph, between the words wetlands and reservoirs. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passed. Anything else on that page in red?
That was all. Now on the next page,
Is it definitions?
definitions under,
Yeah, we have that marked. Everybody has
Okay.
it marked in red on this page.
okay, hopefully from here on out, you've got red
Yes.
in the right locations and highlight sections, so
Okay.
now you know what, I don't know what happened the first 2 pages. but who knows?
This is the same situation we just had a minute ago.
Mhm.
I'll make a motion that on section 1B, springs and reservoirs is added.
Okay. The motion has been made that springs and reservoirs be added to page 3, section B, between the words pond and. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been, the vote, blah, blah, blah. The motion has been made and passed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the motion has passed. You got all that, Rhonda? Okay. Okay, next to drainage area, which is in D.
Is that a change? Is that a change, Justin, or is that something that added, or it's all in red?
I believe the reason, I believe that's a new
It's a
addition,
new addition, yes.
because before the state, the minimum requirement or the means to have a buffer was not determined by drainage area.
Okay.
Now it is in this new permit language. So that should be a whole brand new definition that I inserted in there because, in my opinion, if, yes, it was not in the original one. There again, the buffer is determined by the drainage area. The buffer width is determined by the drainage area. So my opinion was, what's the drainage area? We have to know what the drainage area is before we can determine if what size buffer applies. So that's why that definition was inserted in there. And I cannot, if I'm not mistaken, that definition did not come from TDEC. I cannot find a definition for drainage area within TDEC's documents. I believe this came from either the Army Corps engineer or USGS. I think one of the two locations is where I
How
got
is that different from the watershed areas?
It's more or less that it could be probably referenced the same way.
I'm going to make a motion to, do we have a section D originally?
No, I mean, it's
A
different.
definition D,
No, the one that we're in. Okay, we had D originally was existing land use.
It just was inserted between.
So we're going to insert a new paragraph D on page 3. Insert drainage areas, the total surface area, comma, upstream of a point on the stream, comma, where the water from rain, comma, snow melt, comma, or irrigation which is not absorbed into the ground flows over the ground surface, comma, back into streams, comma, to finally reach that point.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Tom. The motion has
Yeah.
been,
I want to ask Justin a question.
I know you've got several because of yours.
Yeah, I hadn't noted on there. I didn't bring that, so I wish I had brought.
I've got yours right here, so.
Upstream of a point on the stream. Who determines that? Who determines what point on the stream is going to? My thinking when I looked at that and I read all this was, if you have somebody going 2 miles down the river, land there, if they can choose a point right at the beginning up there, then they may be able to get by without.
Good question. And I've not heard any explanation or definition in this situation. I guess there again, this is all new for all of us. We're crossing it as we come along to it. My thought is, if you've got a project to where this could apply, then I would look at the furthest upstream point of where that project or that parcel is, and that would be the drainage point or the upstream point, or whatever you can call it, and then measure from there the drainage area to determine the buffer width. Is it 30 feet or 60 feet? So wherever that parcel or that development occurs within, let's go ahead and say just a stream in this situation, I would probably look at the most upper end of that, where that location is, as the point of origin or the measuring point, and there measure the drainage area from there.
Would it solidify that if we made that upstream of a point on a stream as determined by Blount County? And Blount County is defined above as any permitting agency within the county government, including you.
Mm-hmm.
So that doesn't allow a developer to just go out there and choose a point.
True. I would agree with that. You could also, if you would like, you could also insert, Tennessee Valley Authority, TDEC, Army Corps Engineer as well, if need be.
I'm wondering if it wouldn't be better though to say, define the point as the utmost part of the redevelopment area.
Uppermost.
They gotta be a lot more clear. Because different government, different departments in one county can have different interpretations. I think that's where you're gonna get in trouble on the defining.
Yeah.
Mr. Grady, do you want to?
Thank you. Let me think just a second here. My brain. I'm trying to think of wording, how we could do.
I was just going to ask if you want to
Well, since we made a motion.
revise your
We need
motion.
to vote it down.
Oh,
We can redo it.
Withdraw it.
Well, no, you can amend this, can't you? You can amend this.
Yeah, we haven't voted on it yet.
Right. So I can amend it, drainage areas, total surface area, comma, as determined from the uppermost point on a stream. Does that make sense?
Uppermost point from the development or redevelopment project area.
Uppermost point on a stream. On the stream within the development.
Yeah. Or within the project.
Within the project, yeah.
We've defined the project.
We've already put that word in a couple times.
Well, we kind of find it, but it is in the document. I guess we'll probably find that.
Okay, I would like to amend paragraph D by inserting following drainage areas, total surface, comma, insert as determined from the uppermost point on a stream within the project.
I'm going to let you
That makes
read
sense.
the whole thing.
Are you striking the word upstream all day?
Yes, ma'am, we're going to strike the word upstream of A, and we're going to insert as determined from the uppermost, and then following stream, we're going to insert within the project.
Okay, and then you're continuing on where the water can rain,
Yes, ma'am.
continue on the rest of
On
that?
the uppermost
Okay.
point of it. I'm glad you got that, because I didn't.
You need them to read it one more time?
Yes, if he's finished with that paragraph.
Yeah, so the paragraph would read now, but I need a second on that, right? Hold on.
What's got me thinking here, here it's the word stream is used.
Mhm.
However, the buffer obviously applies to more. If you look up in definition B for community waters,
Mhm.
I wonder if that should be inserted instead of stream. It's not,
Community water.
just for clarification.
I
Yeah,
agree
that's
on
a
that.
There again, this definition, I cannot find one from TDEC specific for a buffer. So I try to find the closest that would relate to buffers. Okay. Just a thought.
Okay, withdraw that motion. Make a new one.
Okay. Can you just erase that? It doesn't exist.
On paragraph D, following total surface area, comma, insert as determined from the uppermost
You're still
before
striking
point.
upstream on that.
The point on A, strike stream, and insert community waters within the project.
Okay, I missed a little bit of that. Is the total surface area determined on the uppermost point of community? No.
Okay, we read drainage area is the total surface area as determined from the uppermost point on a community water within the project. Did you get that, Ms. Rhonda?
Should be.
Paragraph D in the drainage area, reads drainage area is the total surface area as determined from the uppermost point on a community waters within the project where the water can rain.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Within the project.
There's another stream. The word stream is used again, last line of that. Change it once, my life. See it twice.
You changing that to community waters?
Yes.
Change it into the community water again. Make it grammatically correct.
Do you want to restate it again?
So we make them. See, we never seconded that motion.
Right.
So add to that motion.
I think it did
Also
get seconded.
No, we didn't second.
No.
I'm talking about the one you rescinded. Okay.
And what about you all, or you had discussed the determined by Blount County permitting agent? Is that going to stay in, or would that be?
It's not in there now. What?
No.
That was just, it was discussed. It wasn't.
Yeah, there was no motion for that.
Okay.
Okay.
So the way it would read now,
Okay.
and I'll read the whole thing. Drainage area is the total surface area as determined from the uppermost point on a community water within the project where the water from rain, snow melt, or irrigation which is not absorbed into the ground flows over the ground surface back into the community water to finally reach that point.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Tom Cole seconded. Okay. What?
I'm sorry. Oh, you did want the word point in there, right? Point on a community water.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want to hear this again. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion has passed. What did we do? What did we do on B? I forgot, I don't have it marked. It slipped in my mind. Did we take that out?
Yes.
We inserted springs and
We left
reservoirs.
that. That's why we have it marked. Okay, page 4. Okay, the red one is on L4, are determined to be streams of Blount County. Oh, that's yellow, I'm sorry, we're gonna do the red first. The certified hydrological professional, and that was completely added.
That's correct. The reason being, there are a lot of characteristics that have to be assessed before a water body can be determined to be an actual stream. Since its first resolution, the state has now been offering this professional class to become a certified hydrologic professional. So there could be engineering companies out there that would have these people on staff that could go out and do the analysis to determine, okay, yes, this is a stream, or no, it's not. Before, it was basically done by TDEC. But they're trying to get away from that and having developers or property owners do that themselves. So you now have people that are certified to do that. Back in the first resolution, that title didn't exist back then, so that's why that was out now.
Are you the first line to uphold these rules?
I'm not sure if I understand what you're asking.
Well, if somebody's not doing this,
Who polices?
Oh, yeah, that would be
you're the first line?
Yes.
Oh.
And if I have problems with that, I guess then I could refer back to or ask TDEC for assistance.
Anybody have any questions about certified hydrological professional being added?
Who chooses? Hey, is there like a list of those folks who are
I don't know
about hydrological professionals?
I don't know if there's a list that you could research or pull up on the internet. That class or that class is offered to people all across the state. That is something I am that's ready to go and take, but it's like a 7 or a 5-day class and pretty expensive and hands-on and a very difficult test from what I understand. So I'm wondering if there's,
it's like a snake oil salesman.
No, the state TDEC recognizes these individuals, and that's one reason. That's one thing I checked up on. I called the state and said, okay, look, who all besides yourself or Army Corps engineers, who else can determine if that water body is actually a stream or a wet weather conveyance? And that's what I was told. So that's why that was added in there. So anybody could go take the or go get certified if they had the desire, but the state does recognize those professionals as, they put their name and title on a piece of paper stating that stream is a stream, then the state will recognize that.
Well, while we're in the discussion, I think, we're talking about item number 4 right now, where it says Blount County. I think we should remove that and put state of Tennessee. Blount County we don't say, do we have authority to say this is a stream?
Not unless somebody has that certification in a certified hydrological profession.
Yeah, so,
and that's why I highlighted that section.
yeah, that's right.
I was looking at the definitions of Blount County.
Yes.
The stormwater building codes, planning, environmental health, and zoning.
Yeah.
But nobody within the county government I know of has that certification. And prior to the requirements and the permit language and all this has evolved a lot in the last 10 years. Back 10 years ago, a lot of people would just look at a USGS map and say, okay, there's a blue line stream on that map, so it's a stream. That's kind of how it was done in the old days. And obviously, that's why this has changed since then. I've been not a lot, but there's been several lawsuits over that determination, and is it a stream or is it not? So I think that's why there's a shift or move to have people certified to do that. A lot of times in the past, people would just look at the USGS map. If it showed a blue line on that map, then the answer was, you have a blue line stream, a buffer applies. It's not that easy anymore. And like I said, there's nobody certified in the county that I'm aware of. So that's why I highlighted that section right there.
So I'll make a motion, page 4L4, striking out Blount County and put the state of Tennessee.
Sorry, there's TDEC already in there. The next line there that references TDEC. So I don't.
Removing Blount County. So I'll make a motion that on L4 we strike out Blount County and add a certified hydrological professional.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded that on page 4, section L, number 4, we strike out the words Blount County and add at the end a certified hydrological professional. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion has passed. If you got that down. Now, on O, waters of the,
We got, and we need to make one small change to bring it up to standard.
I can't hear you, Tom.
Under N.
On N, I'll make a motion to add springs between wetlands and reservoirs to bring it up to code.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that one. Okay, Tom has made a motion that we have the word springs and in between wetlands and reservoirs. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded to insert the word springs to section N. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, the motion passes that springs will be added. Now, the next section, O, waters of the state. Does anyone have any questions or statements concerning waters of the state?
This definition is directly off of the state of Tennessee.
Correct. I'll make a motion to, on page 4, to insert letter O. Waters of the state are simply waters as any and all water, public or private owner beneath the surface of the ground, which are contained within, flow through, or border upon Tennessee, or any portion thereof except those bodies of waters confined to and retained within the limits of private property in a single ownership which do not combine to effect a junction with natural surface or underground waters.
Okay, the motion has been made. Do I hear a second?
I'll say.
Tom seconds. Okay, the motion has been made and seconded to insert section O on page 4 intact. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, the motion has passed.
I know several pages back, there's a question about a definition for projects.
Mhm.
If there's going to be one inserted, this is the page to do it.
Oh, on page 5 or 4?
On page 4, and showing my definition. So,
Oh, you mean to put a definition in here?
yes, there's not one in there, and that was mentioned
Okay.
earlier by somebody in the body of this committee
Oh,
about
gosh.
a definition for that word projects.
Does anybody have any suggestions for the definition of projects? So we look it up.
Based on the description later on in this resolution, it's basically any development or redevelopment in 1 acre or greater, right?
Starting 1 acre.
It starts with 1 acre. So, can we define, in your opinion, could we define project as that?
I think that would suffice.
That's our development. It says process of grading, clearing, filling, quarrying, construction, or reconstruction.
Where are you reading that?
On page 3 under development, number 2, it says the process of grading, clearing, filling, quarrying, construction, or reconstruction to improve or unimprove real estate or other similar activity.
Or would you want, for project, the word project, the definition say C development? On page 3.
Makes sense to me.
Or could you say development or project includes any of the following activity.
I like that. I'm just reading it.
Under C. You're the one that has to enforce all this stuff. We'll make sure you can.
Almost seems like your development, redevelopment project should all be happening.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's pretty clear.
Yeah, because redevelopment says C development, so. And I'm not sure back then where the word development, where that definition originated from. I don't know if it was in state language or somewhere else. Or if the ad hoc committee back then tweaked it to what it is right now.
Okay, so I would make a motion on page 3, C, after development, insert comma, redevelopment, comma, and/or project, comma, includes any of them.
Did you do that as a motion?
Okay,
Yes,
so Mr. Gasky just,
Caskey.
what am I calling, you're Grady, I get your names mixed up.
Several people do that. You should hear what the kids call them.
The motion has been made for, on page 3, section C, after the word development to add, comma, redevelopment and/or projects. Is that
Redevelopment, comma, and/or project.
I'll second it.
And it has been seconded by Mr. Cole. So all those in favor of the motion to change section C, page 3 to redevelopment, comma, redevelopment, comma, and our projects. Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? No, it passed.
Okay, do we delete redevelopment?
I said redevelopment.
No, I mean on page 4, where it's got a separate definition. Do you like to leave it in there or come on? Under K.
It just
Yeah,
says C development. I'm not sure it's confusing, is it?
Well,
We can make a motion to strike it.
if redevelopment was left in there, then my opinion is probably go ahead and insert projects and then do the same thing, say C development. If the changes
Or strike it for clarity.
or strike it.
Yeah, make a motion to strike K on page 4 in its entirety.
okay. The motion has been made to strike section K on page 4. All those in favor, oh, don't need a second.
I'll second it.
Tom seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay. Okay, you might know where we're going.
On page 5.
Oh, that's right. We're getting ready to turn to page 5. Okay, right at the top. The water quality buffer shall apply to all non-residential new developments, modifications to existing developments, and/or redevelopments, or any residential development or redevelopment that will result in a land-disturbing activity that is equal to or greater than 1 acre. How is that different from what it was?
The first ad hoc.
I was supposed to read that, but that's okay.
Well, I think we need to look at that whole paragraph because there's red portions
Okay.
in there too.
And we need a motion first. Discuss.
I just
The
want,
highlighted area, why is that highlighted?
That reads confusing, and the previous ad hoc committee went in there and changed that numerous times. I think it could be worded different for clarification reasons.
I'm sure I had that stuff in our here.
You could take out non-residential.
It references non-residential, which is basically commercial, new development and redevelopment projects. Then it says any residential development or redevelopment that disturbs an acre or more. I think it can be simplified a lot.
Yes.
So that's why it was highlighted. I didn't, back, I said, when the first ad hoc committee created that, people were scratching their heads on that one. You've got to read it 2 or 3 times to make sure you understand it. It's basically saying the same thing. Basically, any development or redevelopment that disturbs an acre or more of ground, which is what was in the definition we just looked at. So that's why that was highlighted.
So we make a motion to strike on line 1 of page 5, section 2, strike the word non-residential. On the second line, strike after and or redevelopments, comma, strike or any residential development or redevelopment. Kind of redundant.
Okay. The motion has been made for this section to read the water quality buffer shall apply to all new developments, modifications to existing developments, and or redevelopments that will result in a land disturbing activity that is equal to or greater than 1 acre. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do I hear a second?
Okay.
Okay. For lack of a second, that one goes. Anyone else have any ideas?
Yes. I would like to make a motion on page 5 under section 2. In the first paragraph, the water quality buffer shall apply to all developments, redevelopment projects greater than 1 acre, and shall establish, protect, maintain water quality buffers along all streams, rivers, lakes, ponds. I would like to add springs and reservoir, and wetlands that are located in or portions of which are located in the urbanized, unincorporated areas of Blount County as set forth in this resolution. Any property or portion thereof that lies within the water quality buffer is subject to the requirements for the water quality buffer stated in this resolution.
Okay, Mr. Cole has made a motion, and I am not sure what you did at the first 2 lines.
Okay. Let me read it real slow. See?
Okay.
The water quality buffer shall apply to all development,
Okay.
and I think I'll add project, development project and or redevelopment projects. Grade equal to or greater than 1 acre. The rest of the yellow would be struck out.
Okay.
Land disturbing activity.
What did you say before equal to 1 or greater than 1 acre?
Definition.
Yeah, well,
Development.
We struck
I
that
wouldn't
one out.
say that in development.
But that, yeah, people still be confused that, if the project size is 1 acre, that's not what warrants it. It's if the area of disturbance. There's going to be a disturbance because if they disturb less than 1 acre, then they don't do the grading permit. The grading permit kind of comes in before this if there's an acre disturbance. At least that's how the original resolution was written. So, if the project's 15 acres, the project property is 15 acres, but they only disturb half an acre, then this doesn't apply.
Say that one more.
If the project size, let's say that somebody purchases 15 acres, but they only disturbed half an acre in that development or redevelopment, this will not apply.
Correct.
It's where it's an acre disturbance. So I think that's where Commissioner Cassidy was saying, about the land disturbance activity. Just for clarification. But I'll see what you were saying as far as the definition for development, that it doesn't reference that disturbance in there.
But there's no definition for land disturbance either, is it?
Mm-hmm. Bottom of page 3. I don't know that it references an acre though.
Okay.
That doesn't reference an acre there though. But everything else that so far references that are, the acre or more, or the rest of the resolution references an acre or more disturbance.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. Does anyone else have a motion that they would like to put forth?
Just a minute. I think
Good.
Do I hear a motion we come back to this?
we just about got it.
You just got that. This is so exciting.
Okay. Can I make another motion now? So, while I went through the
You
other.
never got a second, so yes, you can.
Okay. So the water quality buffer shall apply to all development projects and/or redevelopment projects and/or in a land disturbing activity that is equal to or greater than 1 acre.
Okay, I just want to check to see if I got this correct. The water quality buffer shall apply to all projects and/or redevelopment projects.
Shall apply to all development projects and/or redevelopment projects and/or a land disturbing activity that is equal to or greater than 1 acre.
Okay.
And then the red items as are worded.
Yeah, oh, that's not too bad yet.
Well, we can do it as one. We'll do it as one motion, that paragraph.
That's true.
Doesn't say anything about.
Okay, Tom has made a motion.
Redevelopment.
But you said and or that will result in certain activities. Okay, but what if it's a new development project that disturbs less than an acre? By the way I've heard what yours is, will it not?
Well, I said equal to or greater than 1 acre.
But you took out land that will result in land disturbance activity. You've taken that out, correct?
No. So after redevelopment project and or a land disturbing activity that is equal to or greater than 1 acre.
And the way I read that, or the way I understand that is, a development project, it would apply to a development project, a redevelopment project, and or a development or a project, land disturbing activity of an acre or more of ground. But if that development project or redevelopment project disturbs less than an acre, then it would apply to the buffer.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way.
But that,
Yeah,
I'm just, that's
yeah, that's the
how
way it's actually
understood it.
reading though.
And
You don't,
so
you need to
that
say,
might be bad.
take out the and or. Correct? If you take out the and or at the end. Projects and, let's see, projects and redevelopment projects, that just stirred.
What's the motion?
You want me to read what I have? I'm not sure, but
And
the water to read like this. The water quality buffer shall apply to all development projects and or redevelopment projects and or land disturbing activity that is equal to or greater than 1 acre.
See, that and or needs to be an active verb.
Withdraw.
yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Don't erase everything.
Too
The
far.
and or. If you put in,
I want to keep it simple, but also covered. Because I agree the original wording is very.
that results in a land disturbing activity that is equal to or greater than 1 acre. You take out the
Well, how
and,
about if we put that at the front?
huh?
What if we put it at the front? The water quality buffer shall apply to any land disturbing activity that is equal to or greater than 1 acre. Well, that does the same thing.
I like that. With that,
Yeah, but
How about, go back to the original. Shall apply to all new developments, projects, modifications to existing developments, projects, and or redevelopments that will result in land disturbing activity that is equal to or greater than 1 acre. Okay. Will that work? Yep.
I thought that was the original one.
No. So it would read, I'm just going to read it.
Yes, please.
Just the highlighted area would read, shall apply to all new developments, comma, projects, comma, modification to existing developments, comma, projects, comma, and or redevelopments that will result in a land disturbing activity that is equal to or greater than 1 acre. Okay, Justin.
That sounds good.
repeat it one more time. I'm sorry.
Okay, shall apply to all new developments. We're going to strike the word non-residential, and after redevelopment, we're going to strike or any residential development or redevelopment on line 2. So it would read, shall apply to all new developments, comma, projects, comma, modifications to existing developments, comma, projects, comma, and or redevelopments that will result in a land disturbing activity that is equal to or greater than 1 acre.
Capital projects coming.
Yeah, I think there's too many projects, or something doesn't rewrite with projects, I think. Should apply to, let's see, we're taking out residential. We're trying to take out whether it's residential, commercial, just say, okay, shall apply to all new development projects, modification to existing development projects, and or redevelopment projects that will result in land disturbing activities that is equal to or greater than 1 acre. Is that,
That's what I think he said.
and there was an extra projects in there.
I only have 2.
Well, you have projects separated with a comma.
Okay, so we would go new development projects.
Well, that's what,
Based
Thank
on
you,
the
Ed.
earlier definitions. That's why.
yeah, you threw the projects in there earlier.
And I'm not, it doesn't have, I can go either way.
Existing development projects. Is that what you said, Justin?
Just take your comment, that's it. Your first comment.
Other than we did? And leave the second one in?
You can leave it in just the comment before projects, take that out.
Okay, so let me see if I got this right. It will read, shall apply to all new development projects, modification to existing development projects, and or redevelopments that will result in a land disturbing activity that is equal to or greater than 1 acre.
If you had new development projects, then you probably ought to have redevelopment projects for the last one.
So we have too many projects.
You had projects separated by itself.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're the one that has to, when people are going to call you,
I know.
they're not going to call us. They're going to call you. That's when we'll make sure that
And really, this is probably a very important paragraph right here, so.
okay. You said we got final here, Ms. Ron, I'm sorry. This is not actually the right protocol to do this, but. Okay, it should read, shall apply to all new development projects, modification to existing development projects, and or redevelopment projects that will result in land disturbing activity that is equal to or greater than 1 acre. I'm going to make development singular, not plural. Is that about as clear as mud, Miss Rhonda?
Thanks. Yeah.
Can we read it one more time?
Okay, I have shall apply to all new development projects and modifications to existing development projects and or redevelopment projects. Then I think you'll need some help from you after that.
Okay, we're going to strike or any residential development or redevelopment.
Strike or any.
So after where you quit reading, Rhonda, now
The rest of it's
pick up, that will result. Pick up on the third line down,
third line space.
Okay.
keep it as worded.
That will result in a land disturbing activity. That's where we got it.
Yeah, that remains.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Gasky, you're making this a motion. Are you going to deal with the rest of the paragraph also?
Did we already?
No, my motion, I withdrew it.
Did we already strike the non-residential?
It was in the very first motion.
Okay, I want to include that in the motion.
Why are we striking non-residential? I forgot.
I don't think it. I think there was the original motion and it didn't get a second.
No
So,
second.
No,
So what-
Anything on page 5 is not,
nothing's passed.
no, this is we didn't have a second on one and we had a withdrawal on the other.
okay.
Actually,
It just says all.
So you can say and add, or what you said before it was withdrawn, you said and add Springs Reservoir and urbanized unincorporated areas of Blount County.
Right.
Did you want to include that in your motion?
Well, I want to include in the motion, strike non-residential on the first line, strike or any residential development or redevelopment on the second line. On the fifth line, insert Springs and Reservoir at the beginning of that line. Line 6, insert urbanized unincorporated areas of Blount County at the beginning of that line.
Miss-
Are we still open for discussion?
We got a second.
No, we have a motion. Is there a second?
We have a second to discuss.
I don't know what to do. But I agree with the way you were wording it, but the way you're striking it, it's not gonna read the same.
With,
Okay, let me read the whole thing the way
second strike, second line strike, what did you have?
After redevelopment projects, we're going to strike the rest of that line. We're going to strike or any residential development or redevelopment. Shall I read the entire paragraph?
You better.
Okay, this is my motion.
State clear what your motion is exactly.
Right. My motion is to amend paragraph 1 under section 2 to read the water quality buffer shall apply to all new development projects, modification to existing development projects, and or redevelopment projects that will result in a land disturbing activity that is equal to or greater than 1 acre, and shall establish, protect, and maintain water quality buffers along all streams, rivers, lakes, ponds, springs, reservoirs, and wetlands that are located in or portions of which are located in the urbanized, unincorporated areas of Blount County as set forth in this resolution. Any property or portion thereof that lies within the water quality buffer is subject to the requirements for the water quality buffer stated in this resolution.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, it passed. Are we going to go down to A?
Well, I have a motion under section A under the exemptions.
Okay. Oh, that's section A. Okay.
Under exemption 6, where it says 25 feet, strike 25 and insert 30.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to strike 25 feet and make it 30 feet.
Is there any issues with that? The only thing I was looking at was consistency.
Exactly, with the minimum width.
And 30 feet everywhere else, why not stick a 25 foot in there?
Well, one reason that 25 may have been there originally was back to where I mentioned the state has a construction buffer, which applies only during construction.
Right.
And at that point in time, well, it still is a 25-foot construction buffer. So that's probably back then, that's why that was inserted there. Any of that. That's the only thing I can think of back then that that 25-foot construction buffer the state requires. And this is post-construction. This is after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
After the project is done, that this 30 or 60-foot applies. But like I said, the state requirement right now during construction, during the building process, they require a 25-foot buffer. But we can obviously go above and beyond what the state requires.
Okay, state is minimum. I was just looking at consistency.
Exactly.
Okay, Justin, did I understand you to say that 25 was all right?
That was put in there by
I know why.
I'm sure the previous commission, because it's a during construction thing, but we're doing with the post-construction. So there's a 5-foot difference there from 25 to 30. So
And there isn't it's always 30, it's never any bigger than 30.
We have to enforce the 30 after the project is done. The state enforces 25 during the building
We're
aspect.
sure about that 30.
Mhm.
Okay, motion has been made to strike 25 feet and change to 30 feet. Is there a second to this motion?
I already did.
Yeah, Thomas second.
I'm sorry. Oh, he did? Okay, I didn't hear. Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Okay, down at section A on buffer widths, the words as described below has been added. Has this whole section been added?
This may require some explaining here, but
What happened here during the previous ad hoc committee, they deemed necessary to separate the different type of buffers for the different community waters, as we defined earlier. See, in B, it references stream or river. For C, it's for ponds and lakes. For D, it is wetlands. So they kind of broke it in those three categories. Of course, springs is not even in that because it wasn't in the language back then. So they decided to separate and give different specifics for those different types of state waters or community waters. So what I did was basically just take all that out and just put the bare bones in there of the description or definition of when and where the 30-foot and 60-foot buffer applies. Now, we can obviously go back in there and specify for stream or river, pond, lake, springs, wetlands, and all that, like the original ad hoc committee had done with the resolution. But there again, I was instructed to do is just kind of insert just the bare minimum of what the state requires, and that was it. So I without going there and tweaking a whole lot and adding springs, I thought it was kind of difficult. So I just went there and took all that out and reworked to where it just referenced the 30-foot and 60-foot buffers when it's required.
So it actually, the new rule says we have to have a 30-foot minimum on streams.
On any of those water bodies,
Less than 1 square mile?
Mm-hmm.
Less than 1 square mile.
I'm wondering if there's going to be an issue because like ponds, springs, it's not really addressed, which is right.
Well, let's see. Where this is determined, water buffer width shall be determined as follows. That we've up above, we set up above as to where it applies to, and it applies to those type of projects for streams, rivers, lakes, ponds, wetlands, reservoirs, and all that. And then down below, we're talking about what the actual width is. We could go back and reference again or state again that it will apply to these projects as an equitable disturbance for whatever the definition was for waters of the state. For, reference specifically streams, ponds, wetlands, springs, reservoirs, and lakes.
Well, let me ask your opinion. Like on C, if we struck out streams of other, so it started waters with drainage areas, Or, in your opinion, okay.
Yeah, to be honest with you, why I put streams, okay, that's a typo. It should be streams or other waters, not of the waters. It should be streams or other waters. So that's a typo. That's just a typo on my part, sorry.
Was this too burdensome? That's what I did. I looked at this and I had some of the same questions. And my concern was that there was some loopholes, but maybe not.
With the original or with the current or the revised?
I guess I was looking for more definition, more restriction to it.
That's pretty much taken word by word from the state requirement, right from their definition for water quality buffer. Now there could be obviously more explanation by going in and being specific to what each water body will have. You know, like where it mentions about, you know, the mowed dense grass that covers the entire buffer area. You know, for lakes, ponds measured perpendicular from the topographic contour that defines the normal pool elevation. I was kind of difficult on trying to figure out how to reword all that to meet the first resolution. So that's why I just, like I said, I put it in a bare bones, straight word for word that applies to a buffer. But there again, if this committee wants to, we can insert some of that existing language. For example, the minimum vegetative target for water quality buffers around wetlands is undisturbed, mature, lightly dense forest with woody shrubs and understory vegetation. That was specific that the previous ad hoc committee created for wetlands.
I prefer to keep it
Simple.
simple as possible.
Brings it up a little bit. And so we've got, and as right here, it references the standards for buffer vegetation in section 4.
Well, there was some reason, there's something that we were losing. Or there was something that we were going to move around.
Now the variance, there was a conflict in the variance section. I don't know if that's what you're thinking. It's just further on back.
I think that's what I was looking at, was making the standards for the buffer is consistent with what we were saying in the variances on section 9.
Well, this section 3 would be your standard, which it says standard. Then 9 would be, okay, here's your abnormalities or variances.
And section 4 goes into the standards for the actual vegetation. What kind of vegetation does that buffer consist of? Is it trees? Is it low grass? Is it bush or shrubs? You have, a lot of cities and counties that have adopted other buffer regulations. For example, if it's a 60-foot buffer along the lake, they might say, okay, the first 30 feet from the water bank, or the top of the bank or lake, the first 30 feet needs to be trees and bushes and shrubs. The outer 30 feet and the second 30 feet further up the bank can be mowed grass. You know, they kind of do a two-tier approach. The first section is this, the second section is this. That can be confusing, complicated. Some have done that. For example, for a river, or let's say a creek in your backyard, let's say that buffer is only 30 feet. They may say, okay, the first 15 feet can be, you know, trees, shrubs, bushes, and the second 15 feet can be mowed grass, or 30 feet of grass only.
I just like to keep it as simple as possible.
Well, and that's the reason I didn't throw that language back in there, because it can be confusing to some, you know, but it can always be put back in or
There's always something
change.
To, I mean, if you're going to do that, you've got to address every single type of body of water, I think.
Exactly, and the original resolution did not do that, and then now we've added a new definition, new term, springs, which is not in there. So I didn't want to start rewriting everything, my own words. You know, I just let this continue to do that.
I'd like to make a motion under section 3.
Under section
3.
3,
In A, we add between with and shall apply as described below. B should read buffer widths are determined by the size of the drainage area. C should be streams or other waters with drainage areas less than 1 square mile will require buffer widths of 30 feet minimum. D, streams or other waters with drainage areas greater than 1 square mile will require buffer widths of 60 feet minimum. And E, the 60 feet criterion for the width of the buffer zone can be established on the average width basis at the project as long as the minimum width of the buffer zone is more than 30 feet at any measured location.
okay. Tom has made the motion, if I understand this correctly, on section 3 to adopt everything that was written in red. Is that correct, Tom?
With the corrections of the
Oh,
whole.
except for the typographical. Or, I would like to ask if criterion is the correct word. What is that word? Is it criteria or criterion?
I think that came straight from the state. The 60-foot criterion for the width of a buffer zone can be established on an average width basis at a project as long as the minimum width of that buffer zone is more than 30 feet at any measured location.
So that is a word.
It's in the state manual or state permit.
Wow. Okay. Do I hear a second to Tom's motion? The motion includes all of A through E as is written with the added red with the 2 typographical errors corrected up from of to or. Do I hear a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Oh, thank you. Seconded by Grady. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Discussion first.
What did you say?
I have a question.
Discussion. Oh, we discuss it after it's done. Doing it backwards.
You gotta,
Okay,
you're
yes.
supposed to get 5 minutes. But anyway,
Okay.
so who determines all of this? You?
We're doing it right now.
When they do
I thought we were doing that right now.
No, he's determining the buffer width.
Oh,
I mean, when they apply, when someone applies, say they have a project, Who do they apply that with? Where does it begin? Zoning? Who?
Well, it can start several places, but as far as the actual buffer, the buffer regulations or the discussion if a buffer would apply, that would be with me and my department. Now, the engineer, once I told them that, hey, this project appears to be disturbing an acre more ground, appears that there's a stream, it's an urbanized area in the county, more than likely there's going to be a buffer that would apply to this situation. We need to determine exactly if that is true. If there is an acre disturbance by the engineer's numbers, at that point in time, I'm thinking the engineer, I don't see any problem why the engineer can state, okay, I've measured the drainage area and I've come up with this number that it is more than 1 square mile. And then there is also a website I've been made aware of on the USGS website where I can go in there and pick a point on the stream, for example, and I've not mastered it yet, but hopefully if it works the way the guy told me at the state or the USGS office, that I can do a search, if you want to call it, an area to determine if it's a 1 square mile or more. If an engineer doesn't submit, then I will be the one to determine that. But it's only me that can determine that. Unless an engineer wants to do that as well.
I know we talked about variances. And when I look at the variance, I was wondering why the variance, some of these measurements where we took on the variances. That's just curiosity why they wasn't on the buffer width, to require buffer width, standard for buffer width. For example, 60-foot criteria, and it can only be 30 feet, but you have to go all the way over to variances to figure out how that's going to work. See what I'm getting at? Here it says, the 60-foot criterion for the width of what can be established on an average width based on project on the minimum width of buffer is more than 30 feet in any measured location. There's no information there to tell me how to figure that out. I have to go all the way over to the variances to try to figure out how it works. The average buffer within the boundaries of the property to be developed shall not be less than 60 feet, and the width of the buffer shall not be less than 30 feet. In any location, 60 feet for steep slope areas, except for stream crossings, have been approved.
But the stream crossing is a variance. That was
Correct.
But here, I think,
That's the standard. We're saying here we have a 60-foot criterion for the width of the buffer zone can be established on an average width basis, right, as long as the minimum is 30 feet.
right.
But then we have to go all the way over here to figure out how that's going to work.
Well, if we insert
Maybe I'm making more out of it.
if we insert all of that into section 3, then we won't, do it in the variance section. In most resolutions I've seen, the standards are set up front, and then later on is the variance section. Now, would it make life easier if in section 3, say add F and say, variances can be granted for buffer widths, see section 9 or something? I mean, just to let whoever reading this know that, hey, that there can be some alterations here. I don't know. There again, I can't remember exactly what happened 6 years ago when we went through all this, but I know the variance section was a hard one to deal with. I basically just left it the way it was written in.
So buffer widths are solely determined by the size of the drainage area.
That's how the state language,
But don't we have minimum buffers for ponds and stuff?
we did, but not now. In this here, buffer width depends on the size of a drainage area. That's all it says.
So they're no longer to a pond too, though, right?
That,
You take that
Only if
pond
the
and
pond is
streams,
down the
for community water. Only if the pond is connected to community water, correct?
I know before in the previous resolution, I believe somewhere in there it mentioned hydrologically connected. Basically, there's water flowing in the pond, water flowing out. In the past, it was discussed if it was a like a farm pond, it wouldn't apply in the previous resolution because it was a farm pond. You know, it's not connected to a stream, lake, river, spring, whatever. It wouldn't apply. The buffer would not apply. I'm not even researching.
So those no longer apply, then we no longer have ponds and reservoirs and stuff. So why we have ponds and reservoirs listed.
Well,
We had disturbed them.
We talk about water.
let's see if there's a definition. There is.
While you're looking for that, what happens if we don't get this in the March meeting?
We blow it.
There was a reason we were trying to get it in March.
The deadline for adoption by the county commission,
May or something.
what I've written here is May 20th. But the county commission approved a resolution for the ad hoc committee, and the stipulation in the ad hoc committee resolution was to report back to the full commission by March.
Okay.
That way the full commission had a couple months to go over it. If the ad hoc committee cannot report back to the full commission, then the full commission will take action somehow. You always still see it the way it's done.
I guess my confusion, maybe I'm making way too much out of this. Because under definition, we define pond or lake as found in the inland bodies of standing water. The waters of the state are simply waters as any and all water, public or private, on or beneath the surface of the water, the surface of the ground, contained within, flow through, or border upon Tennessee or any portion thereof, except those bodies of water confined to and retained within the limits of private property and single ownership, which do not combine to effect a junction with natural surface or underground waters. So if it's connected with a stream like this pond, and my interpretation of this, then it's included. Maybe I'm not. Maybe that's my reason wrong.
That's the way I would read it.
Yeah, so for example, a farm pond, the cattle go to water.
My pond, I have water that comes into it, I have water that goes out of it.
So it would apply.
A buffer would apply.
I shouldn't have said that.
Now, where were you trained from?
Yeah,
I live way
it's existing out here. If you build.
You live in Tennessee, dude.
I live in Georgia.
Nothing applies in Georgia. So what definition were you reading there? Where
On page 4,
Waters of the state.
waters of the state.
Okay.
But again, that would only apply to you if you built a house within 60 feet of it.
Right, yeah.
But I think, yeah, it's trying to separate like a farm pond. or cattle go to water. It's only filled by rainwater.
Right, agriculture is
Exactly.
Anyway.
Exactly. So a buffer would not apply around a farm pond per se, but one where water feeds in and water feeds out of.
Correct.
Then that it would apply in that situation. Because you take that pond away, you fill it in, you're still going to have water flowing through there year round, but it was but more or less turned into a creek.
Right. Okay. Like I said, maybe I'm probably making too much.
Well, do you understand why I left out some of the language in the previous? Just because it wasn't all there, it was confusing, and the language from the state permit changed. So there again, if you all would like to reinsert that, we can do it. Try to figure out how to word it.
Like I say, you're the one that has to interpret what we do and has to enforce it. So.
Well, in my opinion, this language about what applies to a stream or a river, or what applies to a pond and lake with that dense mowed grass and trees and bushes and all that, in my opinion, that should go in the standards of the actual buffer vegetation, not the buffer widths.
Yeah.
So I think that language was put in the wrong place. But there again, that's what the previous ad hoc committee did. In my opinion, the buffer widths, we need to say what those numbers are and why those numbers or how those numbers are measured. And then the vegetation, or section 4 for the buffer vegetation, explain, okay, for a pond, we can do this. For a stream, we can do this. For a wetland, we can do this. If we want to.
See, and there was nothing in there that said anything about you have to maintain that buffer on both sides of the water. I didn't see anything about that. And that's probably on the buffer vegetation. I didn't see anywhere where.
Seems like I remember it somewhere.
I can't imagine. But, yeah, I can't.
What mentions water quality buffer means a setback from the top of water body's bank of undisturbed vegetation. So obviously, if you're going to have a bank if it's a stream or river, you're going to have 2 banks. If the property, if
You're only
property line,
you're only disturbing on one area though.
well, there's been some developments where they could disturb on both sides.
Yeah.
But I mean, if
Each disturbance though these rules should apply to each disturbance.
well, I mean, if this is your parcel of land right here, and this is you got a creek, you've got either 30 or 60 on both sides. And you got a square parcel of land. Now, if that property line actually follows the center of that creek or the river, which a lot in Townsend, a lot of the property lines are actually in the center of the little river, then obviously it just applies to one side because you don't own property on both sides.
Correct.
So.
Okay.
Now, are we ready for the question on this
I think so.
section 3A and down?
So you're not adding a section up in this. Okay.
There's never a motion for that.
Right.
I just did that there. I thought.
So confusing. Okay. The motion was made and seconded. We haven't voted on accepting the red parts in section 3 and changing the 2 typographical errors of to or. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? No. It's closed. Okay, I don't have any red on 6 that hasn't been taken care of.
No, yeah,
Your page looks entirely different from mine.
yeah, no.
Oh, I see.
Section 4C, final line, the third line, where it says County Stormwater Department for approval and comply with the following. Make a motion to insert the word must between the word and comply.
Word and comply. And what is that word you want to insert?
Must comply with the following.
I have a question on the buffer vegetation. There's a lot of wording that says it has to be woody shrubs or woody vegetation. Is that state requirement?
No, I don't believe so. There may have been some language in the first permit.
Honestly, I think there's a lot of people that prefer to have lawn, than grass.
Well, the reason, as far as, mature trees and things like that, you got different components of a buffer that impacts a water body. For example, if you got trees, you got tree canopy that shades the water. You got large root systems that hold the soil in place and can deal with, flood situations. From a aesthetics point, most people want just grass. They want to get out to the edge of that creek. They want to put a patio there or a picnic table or whatever. They may be able to get access to the creek, river, or whatever a lot easier. But you don't have the root system to hold the bank in place. Roots from grass only go so deep. You got a willow tree or some kind of cypress or something, you're going to have a lot larger root structure. And you've got tree canopy to shade the water from temperature. Direct sunlight all day in the stream, not the best. Shade is good. And a lot of sunlight, you're going to have an outbreak of algae growth in the summer. You also have the flood effect during floods with grass holding the stream bank in place compared to a large root system, trees, bushes, and shrubs. So, there's, I guess, for some people, it could be looked at as pros and cons to what is planted in that buffer. I don't know if there's definitions specifically in the previous permit language that spelled that out. This was another one that had a lot of interaction with the public and the ad hoc committee on that language. And I just realized I don't see the word spring here anywhere. So you might want to consider making a motion to add the word spring in
Which one?
probably A.
Stream.
Well, we're dealing with must right now.
Yeah.
True, yeah.
I think that makes it better. Must comply. I don't know. Depends on how you interpret it. It's good either way.
Well,
Does anyone else?
so I would add to that motion under section 4A, insert the word spring after the word river.
Okay, you lost me. Which section?
Section 4A, with after the word river, on the first line after the word river, insert spring, and then comma.
That's the well, kind of has light about the rest. This kind of goes back to section 3 we discussed earlier, the different types of different vegetation convention.
Take all the rivers and streams and stuff.
As a definition of community water is stream, river, wetland, pond, spring, reservoirs, and lakes. So, why can we just put vegetative targets for a community water?
Yeah.
Would that work?
It would, but it will be more restricted than what's here. Because if you look at a fee for ponds and lakes, the minimum, it's the minimum of most dense grass that covers the entire buffer area. If you put community waters there, that means basically the buffer for a pond or lake is going to be woody, shrub, underscore vegetation, and dense grass. Most people that live on a pond or lake, they want to have a view. This will limit that where they can't do that. So I'm just telling you what I know I get shot at for that.
You get shot too.
Yeah, you do what you deem necessary, but that's just my opinion. That's where, then even for example, for the streams, rivers, springs, and wetlands, buffer shall include mature, moderately dense forest with woody shrubs and understory vegetation and dense grasses. If you have a creek, if the buffer applies for that and it's deemed that the drainage area is worth more than 1 square mile or larger, you have a 60-foot buffer on both sides of that creek. Okay? Right now, it's going to have trees and bushes and shrubs and grass for 60 feet. Now, what a lot of seasoned counties were doing was saying, okay, that's kind of overkill.
I'm not sure I like that either.
Well, I know this is stirring up a hornet's
I like
nest.
any of this, actually.
But what a lot of seasoned counties say, okay, 60 feet along a small stream, somebody's backyard where they want to have view and access, that's kind of extreme.
Yes.
Let's do 30 feet or even 15 feet. They do a tier approach. Let's say the first 30 feet trees, bushes, and shrubs. The outer 30 feet is grass. Or the first 15 feet is trees. The second 15 feet is this, and so on and so forth. See what I'm saying?
I'm saying that I just want to do what we
What's the minimum?
wider.
They just say you have to maintain a vegetative buffer.
That's good. I like that.
Of undisturbed vegetation, including trees, shrubs, and herbaceous vegetation, enhanced or restored. Of that other vegetation. That's all it says. It's up to you all to determine how much of that is going to be this section of that buffer. Is it all 60 feet? Is it the first 15? Is it half of it?
We could just be extremely vague.
Water quality buffer means a setback from the top of water body's bank. I read that as whether it's on one side or both sides, depending on the property boundary, of undisturbed vegetation, including trees, shrubs, and herbaceous vegetation, enhanced or restored. So enhanced.
What does that mean?
You added to it, or you went back and created a buffer because
Why
there was
is
nothing.
that even in there? Enhanced or restored?
Well, you gotta have something to prevent erosion.
Yeah. Right now, if it's just all grass, there's no trees or bushes or shrubs or anything, and they say you need that in there, so you have to go in there and enhance it.
Woody in there.
Yeah, that's where it's saying the woody, whatever, would have said, okay, if your buffer right now is nothing but grass, you're going to go in there and plant some trees or some bushes because of what the state says. and the reestablishment of native vegetation bordering the streams, ponds, wetlands, lakes, springs, rivers.
I hate to be on this, the measure.
Adopt that terminology before.
Okay, Grady, I know you have a motion before. Can we take a break? To go to the bathroom?
You're the chair.
I'm the chairman. I say we take a 10-minute break at this point. That's all I have to say, isn't it? Okay, the meeting is ready to convene. We left off, I believe, the last thing we were talking about. Well, there were two things. One about adding must in section 4.3 and section A we were discussing section A under section 4.
Yeah, I renew my motion to add, under section 4A, add springs, reservoirs after a river and prior and before or. Under section C, insert the word must on the third line after the word and before the word comply.
Okay. Motion has been made. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Is that a second, Tom?
Yeah.
The second by Tom.
The springs and reservoirs cause, is that an issue?
No, I was thinking, I think springs is okay over there. I'm thinking reservoirs might be going to be, if they're keeping the same way with pond or lake. A reservoir not be more close related to like a reservoir. I mean a lake.
Pond or lake, yeah. Okay.
I think springs is okay now, but I think reservoir might be a little closer to a lake than mud. Well, there again, a reservoir, thinking like Blount or something. Again, most people are going to want grass, not a lot of trees, not thick trees. And if you put it up there, you're going to have trees and bushes, and you're not going to have much.
How many reservoirs we going to have inside the urbanized area?
That's true.
No, probably not a lot.
You got the map here.
I don't know when. Okay, let me-
Yeah, I don't know.
They can change through the years. Probably that's a good idea, the reservoir here.
Okay, so with motion to amend our motion. So under B, where it was after the word pond, insert comma reservoir. Or a lake buffer.
You think there's any more in C?
I think that would be it.
That was a question.
Yes.
So,
There's a motion to amend.
oh, okay, yeah. I'll second that.
Okay, he seconded the amendment.
I don't know.
to the motion and then,
Okay, discussion on the amendment. I think that's supposed to go.
okay.
Call for question on that amendment.
Okay. We don't-
Amending
Does
the
that mean-
original motion.
Right. So you want me to read it all?
No, we just discussed, we're just voting on the amendment.
Do you
The amendment to
want
the
to vote on the call for question? You have to have a second to vote on it.
Second on the amendment?
You call for question, so then.
See, I didn't know if he was calling for question or asking the question.
Oh, okay. Are you
Which were
calling
you?
for question?
Well, I was,
Thompson.
well,
He revised his amendment.
yeah, I made an
Here's the
amendment to the motion,
Yes, I know.
and that's what we should be voting on now.
Okay.
I second that.
And he said,
Okay.
so
But then you said call for question, didn't you?
I was just,
Are you just talking?
Okay, I'm sorry, so that's not, I'm not.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, all those, no. All those in favor of the amendment to the, which is to add the word comma reservoir between pond and or under B to the original amendment of adding spring to A and must to C. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? No. Okay. Are there any concerns or questions?
I want to ask a question. Based upon the standards under C, when it comes before the Blount County Stormwater Department for approval, what are the guidelines you're going to use, like 1 and 2? C 1 and 2. What guidelines would you use, or do we need to set that, or? Because you're going to approve the buffer vegetation based on what?
so right now the motion is on springs and must.
Only?
Yeah, that's the only thing that we're
Okay.
making a motion to do.
Okay, sorry.
Isn't that correct?
Okay.
I didn't hear what you said.
Right now, the motion that's under consideration is to insert the word springs under A and insert the word must under B. That's the motion that's on the floor right now.
I thought we just voted on it.
No, we voted on the amendment to the motion. The main motion is now on the floor.
Okay, are you saying we never voted on the main motion?
Oh, ma'am.
No.
No, you're not saying that.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
We didn't vote on that.
We have not voted on the main motion.
Okay, well, the amendment passed.
Yes.
Would you like to vote on the main motion then?
Yes.
Yes.
Don't say the word question anymore because it's confusing, Jessica. Okay, the main motion is to insert the word spring, comma, after river and before or in section 4A and section C under section 4 to insert the word must on the last line between and comply. All those in favor of this motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Okay, the motion has passed. As well as the amendment.
Well, the amendment became part of the motion, so.
I don't know about that, but. Okay, now we get into all is not non-native species, is that the law?
I'm sorry, what was that? What section?
When you keep, on this page when it talks about non-native species must be removed?
That's not a requirement, at least in the new regulations. There again,
I don't like that at all. I'm not gonna tear down anything.
the water quality buffer means a setback from the top of water body's bank of undisturbed vegetation, including trees, shrubs, and herbaceous vegetation, enhanced or restored vegetation, or the reestablishment of native vegetation. Again,
And it says they must be planted with native vegetation. Why does
Let's see, this, can I interject?
can I just
Go ahead.
The goal of the water quality buffer is to preserve undisturbed vegetation that is native to the streamside habitat in the area of the project. Vegetative, preferably native, water quality buffers protect water bodies by providing structural integrity and canopy cover, as well as stormwater infiltration, filtration, and evapotranspiration. That's all the state says.
So why is the other stuff in here?
The previous ad hoc committee put that in there, a lot of that. Now, there could have been some more specific language back then to what the state required, but I just read you what the state requirement was right there. So, there again, a lot of discussion last time, 6 years ago.
Let me just say this, if you go and you talk to anybody with a Great Smoky Mountains National Park, they'll tell you their biggest concern is non-native species coming in the area. So I think having that in there is a good thing, just my opinion.
Well, how many people even know what is native? I meant to look that up and I never did. Do you have a list?
Down at the bottom of that section, E, there's 3 or 4.
I know, but I didn't look them up. Like, dogwoods are not native. And most everybody has a dogwood tree, and they are not native.
Most of what you put along the little river is privet. It's not native.
I hate that stuff. Kudzu isn't native, that's for sure.
Vegetation including trees, shrubs, herbaceous vegetation, whether it's enhanced or restored vegetation, or the reestablishment of native vegetation bordering the streams, ponds, rivers, wetlands, lakes, springs, which exist or is established to protect those water bodies. The goal of the water quality buffer is to preserve undisturbed vegetation that is native to the streamside habitat in the area of the project. What's native here may not be native in Memphis. Vegetative, preferably native, water quality buffers protect water bodies by providing structural integrity and canopy cover, as well as stormwater infiltration, filtration, and evapotranspiration. You know, mention structural integrity and tree or canopy cover. You know, grasses don't do that. So it goes back to the woody shrubs and understory stuff like that. So there again, that's all it reads. Most of this was either created or amended drastically from the previous ad hoc committee.
So as a chairman, I can't make a motion? Okay.
Not unless you step down from the chair.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, you can, if you want to debate, you can step down from the chair.
I just would like it to read where this wasn't so limiting.
Well, I know that like for A and B separating different parts of their different water bodies, there again, with typically what you might see along a little river or a creek on somebody's property would be different from probably what you would see on a wetland or around a wetland or along the lake. Most people that live along the lake or have a large pond or something, most times it's going to be grass. Might have a few trees in there. But if somebody spends $350,000 on a 1 acre lot along the lake, more than likely they're not going to want to go there and plant a 60 foot buffer of thick, dense trees and shrubs and bushes. They have no view of the lake then.
Oh. I guess my big problem is I don't know what the native things are. I mean, I know in trees pretty much, but not grasses and bushes.
Well, those links right there
I know.
are good sources.
Okay, I'm not gonna say anything. Anybody
Is there
have,
any more discussion on
I'm sorry,
Any more discussion on page 6?
that's what I'm asking, is there any more discussion on page 6?
Can I answer your question earlier?
Sure.
As far as like the planning plan, there's no requirements, there's no checkoff list, there's no really anything to follow from the state standards. It's just whatever's submitted to the stormwater department and what that department, or myself, just at the moment, deems, appropriate or suitable. There's no stipulations or anything to go by unless this committee wants to set that up. I've not seen
I think
anything in place to
if
for
the
that.
public feels, for example, your judgment isn't correct, then that can be brought to the planning commission or the commission again, and we can revise. We need to. I'm okay.
Okay, is everybody else okay with page 6? Okay, we'll go on to page 7.
On page 7, section 5, number 5,
Mm-hmm.
I'll make a motion to strike the word and insert gasoline or diesel storage after the word maintenance.
Okay, strike and what was the rest of that?
Insert gasoline or diesel storage following the word maintenance.
Gasoline.
Or diesel storage. D-I-E-S-E-L.
I'm sorry, I'm not finding it. Where?
It's on page 7,
It's 5.
section 5A.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. And you said strike the word.
And after the word maintenance and a comma, insert gasoline or diesel storage.
So that was storage is your last word?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the motion. Yes.
Wait on a second.
The motion has been made to strike on 5.5, strike and after maintenance add gasoline or diesel storage?
Yes.
Okay. I hear a second on that?
I'll second that.
Okay, Tom seconds it. Okay, discussion?
The reason I looked at those is because I have actually seen diesel tanks and gasoline, or diesel mostly, parked alongside the river, and I've always wondered about that. Of course, it's probably outside this area, but I've always wondered about that.
Well, could some of those have been also like old heating oil tanks in older homes? That's something else.
These are on wheels, these are, they just pulled in there.
Could it be
It's
like
agricultural too, but
okay? Well, your construction sites could have fuel tanks they'll leave on site for the construction part. No, it's good.
That just concerned me sitting next to a river like that.
I actually found one floating in Crooked Creek years ago, and I had it pulled out. Luckily, it was for the most part empty, but there were holes in it.
Any more discussion on this particular motion? Are we ready to vote on it? Okay, all those, my words are not coming anymore. All those, thank you. All those in favor of the motion, section 5, number 5, strike the word and at the end add gasoline or diesel storage. So it will read vehicle storage. No, vehicle storage. What word are we putting in and?
We're striking the word and.
I know, but vehicle storage, vehicle, comma, vehicle maintenance, comma, gasoline or diesel storage. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Yeah. The motion passes.
Can, these other highlighted areas here, what were they highlighted?
These are yellows.
Areas that could be controversial, could be hot topic, could be, depend on who's involved here. Interpretation might be different. If I can back up here, I just thought some vehicle storage. I guess what I'm thinking is if there is a work truck.
You said this was after that.
No, I'm backing up to number 5. Just a minute. What I'm thinking is for vehicle storage, if somebody's got like a little shed or something out back and they've got a work truck or farm truck or a tractor, I'm thinking that this was probably inserted at some point in time for numerous vehicles, I guess. But that's saying somebody can't park a single vehicle in the buffer.
They can't have a structure inside the buffer anyway, can they?
That's right.
Well, and that's why I highlighted that, because somebody may want to put a carport.
Or a gazebo.
Exactly. That's why that was highlighted, because that was kind of questioned back the first round. But here, whether you have the carport or not, it's saying you can't park a vehicle in the buffer area. If you got a 60-foot buffer and the last bit of that, or if it's all grass, you can't park that vehicle, that antique truck or that farm equipment in that buffer zone. Now, obviously, if that vehicle is leaking fluids, it's not a good thing. That's probably why it was in there initially, but no.
Is that storage?
What's the definition? I don't know.
See, to me, storage means like you're parking it there for an extended period of time.
Well, a tractor could be that. You might use it once a month. You're storing it there in the buffer area. Or if it's a work truck, you might use it a few times a year, haul something to the dump. You're storing that vehicle there. Now, I would have thought probably, I'm thinking numerous vehicles is what I'm thinking may have been what was thought here. But there again, that was 6 years ago, so I apologize.
But you can't have buildings there either, so
I'm thinking if I get a phone call one day, or I'm driving down the road for an area that's got a required buffer, and there's a truck parked there, and I see it every month I go by, and that truck stays there and it's not moved, that vehicle is being stored, if you compare indoor to outdoor storage, but that vehicle is parked in that buffer area, that's a violation. See what I'm saying?
But you would have a hard time proving that it was. What would you do? Take a picture every day?
The thing is, we can sit here all night long and all day tomorrow and the next day, trying to figure out every possible scenario that could possibly come along. I mean, we'll never get it all done. So, that's fine.
You're not allowed to speak anymore.
That's not what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying about, there's actually, I know a place over here, the guy has a bunch of antique cars. And he's probably within 30 feet. I understand that.
But the yellow areas, the highlight areas are a hot topic.
Why is the septic tank and septic tank drain field a hot topic? It's down in B1, you're addressing that. A8.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, back up to 8. Well, it says here, they're prohibited except as otherwise provided herein. And then down here, it's allowed, it's approved by, at the location approved by Blount County Environmental Health Department. Typically, like for the Little River or for creeks, the setbacks for septic systems is 25 feet from the creek, spring, things like that. It's 50 feet from the Little River. So,
I don't believe it's that way now.
what?
In reality.
If it's if the home's been there for years, there's no telling. It could be right 10 feet from it.
I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm saying nowadays, new lots, new septic systems. So, that could be confusing. Here it's saying,
They have to be approved.
yeah, up here it's saying they're prohibited except otherwise provided herein, and down below it says they are, as long as it's approved location by the Blount County Health Department. So, anything existing obviously would be grandfathered. If it's within a buffer, it's going to be grandfathered. We're not going to make somebody rip out their drain field. Any new drain field should be permitted and approved by the health department, our health department, and would have to meet those setbacks. However, there could be a buffer. I mean, there could be a septic system installed within a 60-foot buffer. Typically, it may not be the best soils there, so it may not go there anyway, but it could, by what this says, as long as it's an approved location. So,
Another question, the buildings, accessory structures, and all types of impervious surface. Is a impervious surface like a building with a roof? The roof is impervious.
Concrete.
Concrete or asphalt pad.
Law on that. Does that match state requirement?
There's not any language about that. At least in this, I don't. The previous one, typically it's just trying to limit the disturbance of a buffer by going in and cutting down trees or ripping up topsoil and grass and putting asphalt or concrete there. We're trying to promote infiltration. And if we put impervious surface like this, there's going to be additional runoff. By 10 by 10, 10-foot diameter gazebo, all that runoff from that? No. But you got a bunch of those all the way down through there that can add up. But
How do we make it so we can do reasonable things?
there again, that's why I highlighted those sections. Because I know that's discussed in the
I
past.
guess I just don't like it. So,
What's the difference in forward?
what if we say then that, just
Normally
like the
nothing.
septic, what if we say that buildings, accessory structures, or whatever need to get approved by the Blount County Environmental Authority?
Well, they would do the septic, but not the buildings or anything.
I guess.
Well, I mean, our codes department's one that would issue the building permit. If they want to put a
Gazebo or.
that's going to be a minor impact. A detached 3-car garage in a buffer, a lot more impact than
You have to have a permit for the gazebo.
You do?
if it's a structure that's over 30 feet, not 30 feet, 30 inches in height. I'm sure a lot don't get them.
30 inches.
The structure, yeah.
So you get a doghouse.
Yeah, we don't do dog houses, but that was done by the zoning back in 2000.
Yeah.
Yeah, but gazebo, sheds, outbuildings, carports,
Tree
Shoots
house.
my idea of saying they have to have anything but anything else.
these little prefab buildings, whether it's metal or wood from Home Depot or Lowe's, they need permits. Not everybody knows that, nobody does.
So from your experience and recommendation, how could we, what kind of wording could we use to change 4 and 5?
Well, 4 and 9 can somehow be combined.
Let's try 4.
You can reference, a minimum width, a minimum distance from the buffer or the top of the bank. If it's a 30-foot buffer, say you can't be within 10 feet of the top of the bank, for example. I'm just throwing that number out there. And or also, a square foot size. A gazebo, like I said, it's not going to have a whole lot of impact, but somebody puts a 3. There's a garage I've seen, it's a detached garage, it's a 6-bay garage. That thing's like 100 feet long.
Yeah. So
You can park a motorhome. As a matter of fact, he's got one bay big enough for a motorhome. That's going to have a lot more of an impact. So
maybe it needs to have some kind of square footage requirement.
and or maybe a minimum distance from the top of the bank.
What do you think's better in your opinion?
I think looking at distance compared to size, I think size has more of an impact than distance. If you're looking at, if you limit the size, it's not going to be that big of a hindrance if you're within 5 feet from the top of the bank. But you put a 3-bay detached garage 10 feet from the top of the bank, it's going to have more impact than a gazebo at 5 feet.
Yeah.
So I think size probably has more to do with that than anything. There's going to be more disturbance, more impervious surface.
So gazebo might be considered a recreational structure as determined by the stormwater director.
Or we go back into the definition for recreational structure.
Or do we want to leave that up to you? Or do we want to give you a lot of directions? Because I was thinking under the following activities, which may be allowed on a restricted basis, just add number 19 on there, recreational structures or recreational structures such as gazebo, pagoda, etc., as determined on a case-by-case basis by stormwater. Would that work? Or would we still need a definition?
Yeah, that could get me in some hot water. Well, see, that's what they do up in the little river in Townsend.
But that's not a recreational structure, though.
But what they're doing, what they've done in Townsend along the highway there is they would build out over the river, bring in material, and build a pad or a deck of some sort, and then they pull their motorhome or their camper or whatever
Right.
out on top of that
Yeah.
overhang, basically. So
They'll
that
be able to do that over here.
depends on how we word it.
That's impervious. You have an impervious structure within that.
Well, or a gazebo's impervious, the rooftop's impervious.
Yeah, but a concrete pad is a permanent structure, which is not necessarily a recreational structure, is it? If we define.
Well, they
such as.
well, they could say, what's recreational because I'm putting my camper on top of it. That's the argument that would happen.
Okay, so we would need to put a definition of recreational structure.
And or a square foot size or a perimeter or a diameter size or something, have a footprint.
Okay. I don't know how big those things are. I don't know.
They vary. But
You'd have to do size, because it's too vague, recreational.
Maybe they're 400 square feet. That's a lot. That's a lot, dude. 20 by 20.
well, these cooling towers are 2 foot by 2 foot, so you can
20 by 20 is a big pagoda.
It's just like a small one.
basically from where I am approximately to that wall is 20 feet, maybe a little bit more. I mean, like right here, over to that wall is 20 feet. And basically right here over 20 feet. That's pretty big.
Okay, maybe 200 square feet. Half that.
That would get, so it builds a little porch or a gazebo or a deck or a swing or
Small storage shed.
The storage shed is not a recreational structure.
well, if you throw recreational there, but if you limit structure,
Right.
a maximum of 200 square feet of structure, or structure maximum of 200 square feet. Carport, gazebo, deck, patio, swing.
And you're in 400 square feet you live? Yeah, that's what you mean. That's too much.
It's almost half this rate. Not quite half, at least almost a third of it. That's basically,
Just need to go, don't you mind?
that's pretty big. That's pretty big. That's 2-car garage.
Another. Not take.
I'll go get another one and just,
200 square feet.
I'm just gonna get that one out there, be looking for it next meeting.
That's gonna get another commission.
That's why, yeah. Leave it open like he's saying, though, it's probably the end.
Well, yeah,
I like the idea of the recreational,
Nice.
but the definition of that. But there, I'm thinking size has a bigger impact than distance. If you put, let's see, if you put a 200 square foot gazebo 5 feet from the river, not that big of a deal. If you put a 3-bay garage with a patio, concrete, everything around it, 15, 20 feet from the top of the river, that's going to have a larger impact.
An outdoor kitchen like you see a lot of now next to the river. That's one stone and brick and all that stuff.
Fireplace and all
Fireplace, all that stuff.
That's all
Impervious material.
Exactly. There's no structure. Well, besides maybe fireplace or sink, but it's not a building or a cover necessarily. It couldn't even be covered. I've seen some of them that are all open, but it's still impervious surface.
Excuse me, I hate to interrupt, but if that tape goes off, do we have to leave?
No, I'll go there and get another one.
Oh, well,
This will, when this tape ends in a few minutes, it'll be the end of 3 hours. So,
Oh my gosh.
I just didn't know if we're gonna try to set
I think
another
we're getting
meeting.
close.
Or if you wanna make it on through.
y'all want to try to make it on through? Speak up or forever hold your peace.
I think we're on the toughest thing right now, right? I think.
Probably
I
that.
think we're
Okay.
What,
Okay, so if we had a definition, I'm gonna try to get this real quick.
So we, on
I wanna go back
item
and-
9, why don't we just add the square footage buildings, accessory structures, and all types that incur more
That's
than
prohibited.
whatever square feet. More than.
But then you're opening it up to all those little things that they're trying not to get in here.
Then you're getting into property rights and everything.
200 square foot, a 200 square foot, storage building.
But I'm just saying that now you're gonna get into a property rights discussion. You're gonna have a lot of issues there.
You're talking about inside the buffer zone. You're talking about within 30 feet of the water.
60, 30 or so.
Or 60, yeah, depending on where it is.
But if you limit it to the 200 square feet, then now you drastically cut down those kinds of things. Yeah, you could still get a metal storage barn that's less than that. But
Oh, yeah, you can store it.
it's gonna be it's gonna be smaller and somewhat portable.
But then you're talking about impervious, and you're talking about another impervious, but gazebo is impervious too, so.
Anything on the roof or floors.
See, right now, this prohibits everything. This prohibits all of it, in my opinion. When you say building and accessory structures and all types of impervious surfaces.
Yeah, you go out here. Yeah, you go out there and pour a concrete pad the size of this table. It's prohibited.
You can't do anything in the buffer zone, according to this. So do we want to open that can?
I don't know.
In
I just
10 years,
think
we're not gonna be allowed to swim.
If I had a house,
Well, I drink water out there, so I might want you swimming in there.
if I lived on the river, I might want a gazebo down there where I can sit, enjoy the river. Technically, I can't have that.
Again, we're only talking about inside the urbanized area too. I mean, inside this area here. We're not talking about out there on the rivers.
The river doesn't go through this urbanized area, but most of that is in the city, or cities, I should say. And there is some of the borders.
Right in that area.
Keep in mind this
We have something hanging. Is there a motion hanging?
No.
census is every 10 years. So, well, 5 years. So this, with new development population, that can change. It can fill in and
There's no motion on that?
it's going to expand, more development, more construction, more population. It's going to get larger and larger.
Okay. I make a motion under section 5A, strike number 4. Wait, how was there no number 3?
Strike number 4.
Who's not a number 3? Yeah, strike number 4 in its entirety.
Okay. Anything else?
Strike number 8 in its entirety.
Anything else?
And renumber.
You said number 8?
Renumber.
Yes, number 8, and renumber that correctly. Put it in sequential order.
And number 9's okay then?
I think we're gonna leave number 9 correct, like it is, I guess.
chewing out still.
Okay, before we go forward, are you sure you finished with this?
Yes, my
Particular
motion is
motion.
to strike number 4 and
And
to
8.
strike number 8 in its entirety.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Tom, second. All in favor? Oh, no, we don't vote. We have, any more discussion on that? No discussion, no discussion. Are we ready to vote? All those in favor of striking number 4 and number 8 and renumbering them correctly, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Nobody.
In week 5, the changes to 5, that was approved, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Yes, we have.
That was approved, yes.
That was approved?
Gasoline and diesel storage.
Okay, I wasn't sure about that.
Under 5B,
Number 5B.
5B, number 1, make a motion to, the word "and," strike the "and," add location, add the word location after that. Strike the word location after approved. This is just more of a grammatical thing.
Anything else on that sentence?
The sentence would read, septic tanks and septic drain fields in a location approved by the Blount County Environmental Health Department. Is the way it would read.
Read that one more time, please.
Septic tanks and septic drain fields in a location approved by the Blount County Environmental Health Department.
Location approved by the.
Okay, do I hear a second to that motion?
Second that.
Thomas seconded. Okay, discussion? Any questions about this? Any thoughts? Okay, are we ready for a vote? All those in favor of changing BA to read septic tanks and septic drain fields in a location approved by the Blount County Environmental Health Department. I don't think I read that correctly.
Yes.
I did? Okay.
Yes.
All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the motion is approved and passes.
I want to make a motion before we move on. For 5A, item number 9,
Number 9. Oh, wait a minute.
A9.
What page are we on?
Go back to 5.
7 and 9 are very similar.
Page 7.
Page 7, number 9.
Impervious surfaces.
Buildings, accessory structures, and all types of. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to make a motion to, I believe strike item 7 completely out. And then item 9, buildings, accessories, structures, and all types of impervious surfaces larger than 200 square feet.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Did you hear?
So on 5A, item number 7, strike it out.
Other man-made impervious.
Yeah, number 9, buildings, accessories, structures, and all types of impervious surfaces larger than 200 square feet.
Okay, the motion has been made to strike number 7, other man-made impervious areas, and add to number 9, at the end, larger than 200 square feet. Is there a second to that motion? Okay. And it dies without a second. I think I've already struck in it.
Don't worry. I just wanted to put it out there and see.
Well, opens up, it's
I'm trying to fit it.
said some. I think it's smaller than that, but actually, no matter where it is, whether it's concrete patio or shed,
It gives you
know,
a little bit of what.
If you
Okay.
say it's 200 square feet, then it allows me to go out there and build a concrete pad and put a building on it.
Yes.
if that footprint is less than 200 square feet.
See, what we're trying to do is blend it. We're trying to keep.
I really don't see what
Actually
you're talking
contradicting it.
Okay. Do y'all want to continue or,
I have a question. I
yes?
think we probably need to make a motion first. Animal lots and kennels. My concern is like, if a farmer, well, agriculture is exempt, but why is animal lots in here then? Agriculture is exempt. And if you got a kennel, you got a pen. Well, that's not in purview, so.
Look at that, they got a concrete pad underneath.
Oh,
Like the runs they have, they go outside, stuff like that. So I mean, I don't know what the definition for animal lots was or is. And these right here, I don't know where all these came from. May have been what Alco or Merrill had back then. I'm not sure. The idea there is not necessarily impervious surface, it's more of the bacteria from the waste.
Yep, get in the water.
but there's technically, if somebody has a dog in their backyard, it can't go within 60 foot of the water. So I'm reading it, the way I'm reading it.
Yeah. There again, that kind of goes back to the vehicle storage. I don't think that was intended for one vehicle. It was numerous vehicles. A junkyard,
Somebody that's got
a business, or, 10 or 15, 20 hunting dogs back there, and they're spraying off or shoveling their waste off the back.
Okay. Do I hear any motions, any questions?
Yes, I'm going to make a motion on page 7, section 5A, strike number 7 in its
Wait a
entirety.
minute. You losing me already. A.
5A, number 7, strike number 7 in its entirety. And number 9, add what did you say, 200 square feet total? I gotta write it. On number 9 at the end, add greater than 200 square feet if used primarily for recreational purposes. Greater than 200 square feet if used primarily for recreational purposes.
So it's allowed if it's less than 200 square feet, if it's recreational use.
If it's less than 200 square feet, if it's used primarily for recreational purposes.
Okay, so a shed or a detached garage, 180 square feet is exempt.
If it's
Because
used primarily for recreational purposes.
what's a garage not be my opinion, and I'll be the one that's making that decision unless we put a definition of recreational use in there.
stored and disposed of.
Good question. That's a good point. If it's a garage or shed, I don't know if I can say it's recreational use depending on what he stores inside of it. It's built for storage. A gazebo, a patio, a fire pit. That's why I would be knocking recreational unless the definition is created.
Okay. Okay, made a motion.
Okay. Finish with your motion?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want me to read this motion?
No,
No. Is there a second on this motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, Tom seconded. And the motion is to strike number 7 under A. Number 9, add buildings, accessory structures, and all types of impervious surfaces greater than 200 square feet if used primarily for recreational purposes. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. This is, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Stop for just a second.
Okay, we ran out of tape. Just gonna
That was greater than 200 square feet if used primarily for recreational purposes.
Yes. And you can say, I have no idea what that is.
And I think that with the discussion here, I think you know the intent.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and that's why I highlighted those sections, because I thought after, like, somebody's going on a gazebo with swing, a fire pit, and they can't do anything. Well, and then I'm the bad guy.
young lady, Thomas.
Sorry, can you?
Miss Rhonda, we're keeping you awful late. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. We might have to leave before maintenance.
Neuropathy.
Otherwise, we'll be here all night.
Sad when we
Okay.
sad when we're here past maintenance.
Yeah.
Anything else on page 7, a problem to anyone?
I think we're jumping ahead to page 9.
Hold on a second here.
To page 9, what happened to page 8?
That's on page 8 that I saw.
No, I didn't either, but. I don't know what grubbing it.
This is, to me, that's kind of common sense. Why was that? Page where? Page, yeah, seems kind of natural.
Anything on page 9? Does that kind of say what this whole thing is about?
Here it's saying water buffers not be encroached upon or disturbed during project construction, unless they're being reestablished or established, restored, or enhanced with the approved enhancement plan. However, there kind of goes back to the variance section. They can be encroached upon if there's a variance, or like if there's a utility that has to cross through there, then it will be encroached upon. It will be disturbed.
So maybe that, I think this
And that may be why I highlight it, because the variance section
covers all that.
will allow, that one section where the state said, the 60-foot buffer can be encroached upon as long as the overall average is 60 feet and you have no less than 30. This is saying, hey, you can't. So it kind of contradicts these other sections. So
I'll make a motion that we strike that area in yellow out.
Okay,
Fourth paragraph.
the whole thing. Okay, do I hear a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, that motion's been seconded.
Let me ask,
Yes.
it says though during project construction, so it's only during construction, right?
how this is where it is, which is when, a road will cross a creek, a utility line,
Pipeline.
whatever, a septic system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any other discussion on this point? Anything else we should know? Not know? Are we ready to vote on this?
Yep.
Okay, the motion was made that we strike on page 9, 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph, starting with water quality buffers. I think it was seconded.
Yeah.
Thank you. All those in favor of striking this, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. It passes. Anything else on page 9?
My first read, I said leaps and bounds.
Yeah, is that explained somewhere?
Why do they use meets and bounds? Why do they just say boundaries or measurements?
This was brought up to me by a surveyor where, and I wish I had a definition of it, and I don't. Basically, if this is the creek, then this is referring to a plat that's recorded to show that, hey, there's a buffer on this plat, on this property. It's there, it's established, you can't go there and destroy it, okay? Just like a drainage easement or an easement area for a septic system that's reserved for a septic system, okay? You can't touch it. And from what I understand the meets and bounds is, basically that surveyor has to go in there and take readings or points all the way through here. You know, numerous points, numerous readings, survey shots, all the way up and down that river, that creek, whatever it is. That's a lot of work, a lot of time, which in turn, a lot of money. And that was discussed and put in there. I know, but it wasn't my idea. I didn't put that in there. Somebody else brought it up during the ad hoc committee or some type during that review process. That was put in there additionally. How I think most situation would be feasible would be to just show a dashed area. You know, just dash it like that across that creek. Or a general note somewhere that references there's a 30-foot buffer along this creek or the river. But typically, usually easement areas will be, you know, it'll be shaded like that, hashed or something. That's a lot easier for a surveyor than to go out there and he can do that at his office on his computer. Meets and bounds, he's got to go out there and shoot points all the way down through there and be survey accurate.
So can we take it out?
The state doesn't require it.
Well, there was it in there. Okay.
Go back 6 years ago and ask.
Okay.
Shall they send any water quality buffer on the subject property, meets and bounds, or defined distance from meets and bounds? So that's why that's in there. There does need to be something on the plat that shows that, hey, this area is reserved for a water quality buffer. I mean, B talks about making a note on there.
So we just need,
but
after property by, show the extent of any water quality buffer on the subject property by whatever method, right? What do you recommend? Shaded area?
I've seen shaded areas and I've seen hashed areas. You know, kind of like the map here. You got a shaded area, you got a hashed area. I'll have a flat looking to see one.
Would it work to just say clearly show the extent of any water quality buffer on the subject property, plan or plat?
That leaves it up to the surveyor, and that way it
As long as they show it and it's clear that that's what it is.
Just leaves it open, and as long as it's legible and it's clearly defined.
Which are way they're comfortable doing it. As long as it's clearly shown and labeled.
Okay. I think that was excessive.
Okay, I'll make a motion then for section 8A to be worded as show the extent of any WQB on the subject property, plan, or plat labeled as water quality buffer.
Subject property plats.
Will that work? And the legend.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
So, Rick,
I want to see if I understood what you said. Show the extent of any WQB on the subject property plats.
Plan or plat.
Which one do you want? You want both?
both plan or plat.
Plan or plat.
And then I think he's striking the word meets and bounds or defined distance from meets and bounds before, right?
Just labeled as water quality buffer, correct? And all that before X'd out.
somebody mentioned earlier, properly show, or did I hear, you didn't mention properly, did you?
Clearly show.
Properly, or I thought I heard something, so. Make sure I heard it.
Oh, I missed that entirely.
Clearly is the
You want to put that
first
in
word.
there?
Okay.
So the motion is to clearly show the extent of any water quality buffer on the subject property, plan, or plat. Can't read, that's scribbled too much.
And be labeled.
And be labeled as water quality buffer.
Okay,
I'll second that.
that's good. And you've already seconded. So, any discussion? Any more problems with that motion? Oh, no, not really motion. Karen, do you have any problems with that? Okay, the motion is clearly show the extent of any WBQ on the subject property plans or plats and be labeled as water quality buffer. Are we ready for a vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Can we have discussion still? Sorry.
Oh.
I think
Yeah, we can have more discussion.
we haven't voted yet.
What I'm thinking, that meets and bounds you could actually go by the scale on the plat and measure and see exactly what the distance is for that buffer. If we take the meets and bounds out, and if it's just hashed, it won't be necessarily drawn to scale maybe. So I guess what popped in my mind is not only do we need to clearly show it, but maybe label it, whether it's a 30-foot or 60-foot buffer. Oh, you see what I'm saying? If it's just a shaded area like this on a plat, okay, is that a 30-foot buffer or a 60-foot buffer? It doesn't. Here we're
Is it
saying
clearly
show, but
the extent?
label or define or reference the width on the plat. You see what I'm saying?
So clearly define.
You could say clearly show the extent and size.
Water quality buffer zone. And inserting the zone help.
Or just gonna mention width in there or something.
Clearly show the extent of any water quality buffer.
Because if it's not referenced on that plat and you buy a piece of property, you're not going to know how wide that buffer is if it's not referenced somewhere on there.
So would we say and define the width?
What about clearly show the footage?
But if you clearly show the extending water quality buffer width on the subject property, they'll have to show the width. Where's 30 or 60?
Yeah.
There was.
We need to do a amendment to the motion.
I'm not
You
even sure.
just vote to accept it into your motion if you vote to accept it in there.
Still not voted on, have we?
Well,
So we can both agree, since
she didn't declare it, she stopped before it
We
was
can accept
declared.
it as a friendly motion.
we both agree that we just want to add with,
After water quality buffer. After WPB, you're going to add the word width.
The first, okay.
to
With,
my motion.
It's accepted as a friendly motion, so.
I can't spell the word with anymore.
I got ETH.
Thank you. My mind is gone. Okay, the motion is to further show the extent of any WQB width on the subject property by plans or plats.
By
What?
property plan or
Just singular,
A property plan or plat.
property plan or plat. And be labeled as water quality buffer. Is that correct? Okay. Well, yeah, I didn't finish on the first one, so is there a second?
well, we just need to vote about
So we just need to vote, we've done all that.
You want to just X out that last part? Okay, all in favor say aye. All opposed? The motion passes. Okay. The only thing marked is at the bottom. If anybody has any problems with anything on that page?
Justin, what was under 9.2? You highlighted that. What was, let me see.
So buffer averaging is prohibited for any portion of the zone. I have or have plan use describe below. So here it's saying, what specific on south streams.
Well, we've already addressed number 2. We don't even need it because they have to get the one county.
Well, that's the one we did.
That may have been why
This is talking about something else.
it's talking about buffer averaging. Now, I may have highlighted that because I know it was related back in the previous section, and those two need to correlate. Either they're in together or they're both out or something.
And B1 there, we had septic tanks and septic drain fields.
But this is talking about averaging.
Yeah.
So, well, let's see, back here we said that they could be within they're allowed within the buffer if approved by the county. Here it's saying that the buffer can't be averaged. You can't. So that's what I'm saying. Here that we said they can be in the buffer. Yeah, but here they can't be. They can't encroach within or minimize the buffer width. But here we say that they can be in the buffer. So not contradictory. I think it's probably why I highlighted that. I think it should be struck out. let's see, raise subsurface discharge.
If you strike that, does that then say that you can use the buffer energy for that? Or we can,
No, because you
prohibiting it over here? Okay.
We're saying you have to have more county environmental health or approval to do any of that anyway.
But see, this is saying.
There's more to it than just septic.
Yeah, this is a sewage disposal treatment system, drain fields, raised septic system, subsurface discharge, and wastewater treatment plant.
But because of this one, 5A9 would make that the way we worded it. Has to be recreational use under 200 square foot.
Well, Justin, what would be the ramifications of deleting that?
Well, the septic systems we say could be in the buffer area with county approval. It's all subsurface stuff. A raised septic system, I don't know if any approved in the county. I don't really want to approve those at this point in time. Could in the future, but right now I think the state approves those. It's probably a blanket statement, take it from somewhere else. Subsurface discharge from a wastewater treatment plant. Subsurface discharge, I mean the release will be under the ground from that treatment plant. Now there are some on-site septic systems that are kind of large scale for a whole subdivision, not on the scale as Maryland's wastewater treatment plant. There again, it goes back to the definitions.
Still have to be approved though. That system would have to be approved.
Oh yeah, whether it's from a county or something larger from the state. And if it's discharged under the ground, not as much a concern if it's discharged on top of the ground, you know what I'm saying. Land application of biosolids or animal waste. Most situations that would be done in an agriculture setting, which is exempt. Unless you get a large kennel, but we've taken that out. They can't discharge animal waste out the back, I don't know if I see any ramifications for deleting all that.
What about number 8?
Those are exempt.
I was going to say, I'm one of them. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I would make a motion to, on page 11, section 9, number 2 and 8, strike number 2 and number 8 in its entirety.
I'll second it.
And renumber the section.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded. Any other questions or concerns on this? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor of striking on page 11, section 9, 5, striking number 2 and number 8, and renumbering correctly the rest of them. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes. Okay, page 12. Any questions on 12?
Are these penalties set on statute, or are they?
They are at state, yes, by PCA.
Any problems with page 13? course, on the last page, the date will have to be changed.
I think that's true. Do we need a motion to do that?
To do what?
Change the
Change the
date?
dates. No, I think, dates can be changed automatically, won't they? Within the resolution.
On the resolution.
Well, I guess it depends on how the commission is for your approving those amendments to the revised draft.
We hadn't done that yet, all of them.
Well, no, but do we need to change these dates before we do that?
Yeah, I mean, they will have to be changed for sure.
But we don't know when the commission will approve them.
Well, it depends on your motion. If you're gonna send it to the March commission meeting, it depends on your motion.
So if it goes to the March commission, I mean, if this committee approves it and send it on to the March commission, we need to have the March's meeting date on there?
Mhm.
Okay. Just need to know how to correct it.
So do we need to make a motion to put the March?
If you're wanting to send it on, you will need to make a motion to approve it as revised tonight, like,
The
I
whole
guess you call it your second draft. Or
I
your
think-
second revision or whatever.
Well,
Didn't we skip some of the yellow things?
No.
We didn't skip any of it?
no.
Should be busy.
What about the one on page 9? I don't have any marks on that one.
And also, one more thing is, under effective date,
Yes.
it shall take effect on final passage, public welfare requiring it. So when does your thing have to go into effect? That's a question about where it says duly authorized and approved, you would put March 19th, but if you decide to send it on to the March meeting, but up there, you might have to put a different date depending on when it's required by you.
It's May is the deadline,
Okay.
but obviously we can adopt it
Oh, okay.
anytime before then. That's just the end line, the deadline. It's got to be done by then, no later.
Oh, okay. So whenever it's passed, it would be effective then?
Yes,
Okay.
as long as it's by May. If it's past May, it'll still be effective. If they do it in July, it'll still be effective in July, but we just don't want the state to find out, which they will eventually, but they're in an audit. Yeah, the deadline's May, but if we want to do it March or April, then that's fine.
Okay.
Are you telling me we're finished with this? There's no more?
So I would make a motion to change the date on section 15 to the 19th day of March 2015.
Any second?
I'll second.
It's seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, as well done. Are we sure everything has been addressed? Absolutely sure. That's David.
I think you mentioned page 9. Was it page 9 you mentioned about the highlighted section?
I have no idea. Yes. What did I? Oh, and you said we axed that.
We deleted that.
Yes, okay. I was just thinking at the beginning we skipped over some of the yellow parts. But not that many.
So I think now
Yeah, I
we
would
just need
like-
to make a motion.
Yeah, I would make a motion to substitute, we're calling this revision 1. Is that what we're calling it? Yeah. You're fine.
Yeah, and I know there was another one, so that,
So we did the projects, we did that one. We didn't decide to
what?
add a definition to projects. We moved it over with the and redevelopment. I know that was one thing that we talked about going back to.
Yeah, but we're not, because
Oh, we did. Didn't we? Yeah, we just looked at that.
we're just combining with something else.
The only thing that I can think of was section 4, the actual buffer vegetation. There were a few things added, but there was no other changes or recommendations for the
On
actual
page
vegetation.
4.
Mhm. I'm sorry, section 4, page 6.
Oh.
Actually, type of vegetation, we talked about native and
Yes, I hate all of that, so whatever y'all want to do.
I hate yucca plants too, and I got one in my front yard, and its lifespan is going to be very short.
I wish I just knew some native. I know we don't have Bob Whites anymore because there's no native grass. I don't know what native grass is. So we're talking about D. I just wish there was some way to make it.
I think all those in general. So that was changed a lot from the previous ad hoc committee. That what went where.
Do you have a recommendation?
Vegetation targets for stream, river, for spring, wetland, this includes native, mature, development dense forest, woody shrubs, and also vegetation and dense grasses. That's typically what you see around. Vegetation target for ponds, reservoirs, or lake buffers. Shall be a minimum of low, dense grass that covers the entire buffer area. That's, in my opinion, pretty relaxed. If you're going to live on the lake, you want to see the lake and get to the lake. People typically will do some other landscaping, and there are some trees for shade. What about is an unestablished water buffer enhancement plan? There's nothing that says what the enhancement plan is. County's discretion, my department's discretion. Stream basement. I think that's all pretty good in my opinion from what I've seen of others. The only thing is where you got, whether it's a 30-foot or 60-foot buffer, you want that buffer to be half of something and half of something else, or all of one thing. If it's a 60-foot buffer and you've got a little river in your backyard, right now all 60 feet of it has to be mature, smaller, dense forest with woody shrubs and all that, which is going to take 60 feet of your backyard if you have a small lot. You want half of that to be grasses, and that's what a lot would do. They would do, like I said, a 2-tier approach. Now this is starting hornet's nest again. That's the only thing that I've seen that we didn't address that you brought back up.
Isn't there some way we could say trees and grasses and just put them all together instead of saying you have to
Well, I
have?
think you guys, what I'm concerned about is I can see the first 15 foot easily being the woody stuff. And then from there on, I think grasses.
Well, I'm not agreeing to disagree. I'm saying right now, if the buffer
It's going
is
to
deemed to be 60 feet, it's all that.
Yeah, I think we need to change that. What do you guys think?
I mean,
You really need the wood. You need the wood stuff in that first 15 foot so the woods hold the soil together.
and you got the shade and things like that, and the infiltration, all that. There are some agencies that really recommend 150 foot buffer.
Not crazy.
It'd be a nightmare trying to accomplish that. And I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying some recommend for 150 feet.
Where would
A
we
3-tier approach.
send that? Under
Section-
C? Or
Well, I mean, you got A covers streams, rivers, springs, and wetlands. B covers ponds, lakes, and reservoirs. And C, I guess that covers everything. 6.
I guess it would just be on A, wouldn't it? Because C is gonna, I would think you would reference back to A and B depending on what body of water you got.
Yeah.
So I think A is where we need to.
Because B is just a minimum of dense grass. It's like I said, if you're a large pond or lake, that's typically, not every lot's wooded along the lake or a pond. If you get a large pond, it's connected by a stream in your backyard or wherever. But the others,
So where do we put the 15 feet?
well, is it 15 feet for 30 foot, or is it 15 feet for 30 and 60? Or do you do 50% off the first 50%, depending on the buffer width?
My personal opinion is that's either or.
Keep in mind, right now it's 5 feet, and this is only applied to 3, I think, developments over the years, because construction, development, housing's obviously dropped drastically. Speaking back up really faster now, but right now you've got a 5-foot buffer. You can't hardly get anything but in there but a few trees and shrubs. So it's never been a hot topic or an issue, but it could at 60 feet. That could be.
Yeah.
But we have to change the 5 feet because that's why we're in trouble with the state, right?
But we're doing that right now. But the 5 foot, like I said, at 5 feet, what are you going to do? 2.5 feet of trees and 2.5 feet of grass? See, it never came up in the past. It's just kind of whatever was there, it'd stay there.
Should say 5 feet.
The old one, the old resolution, yeah. So before, as far as the buffer vegetation, in 5 feet, it's kind of whatever's there stays there. I've had a few I had to go back and plant because they ripped everything out. But besides that, what's there pretty much 5 feet, it's not very much from top of the bank, but 60 feet, that's going to encroach in somebody's backyard a lot. So that's why now this could be a hot topic, and I probably should have highlighted that.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have any problem with A, B, C. It's D. So what are y'all discussing down there?
Well, D, the buffer enhancement plan, there's no checkup list. There's no stipulation to go by. There's nothing from the state on that. That's just
So that's
the
why, I mean,
county's discretion.
Why can't we just say, and I think I said this before,
D's only going to apply though if during
what?
some reason that buffer zone got damaged, right? If during the construction there's no impact at all in that buffer zone, or we're going to have to redo it.
Well, let's say it's along a river, and it's a 60-foot buffer, and it's just grass only. Okay,
And that's the way it was.
that's pre-existing, it was grass. But if our regulations say that's got to have native, mature, partly dense forest with woody shrubs and all that, and all it is grass, they're going to have to go there and plant those things to bring it up to the buffer standards, because grass isn't acceptable as it reads right now for a buffer along the river.
So to meet the mature terminology, what size tree are they gonna have to put in?
Obviously, they can't bring in something too enormous.
Yeah.
But you want to put in something that will
More
mature.
than a stick.
Exactly. Yeah. Probably more than a dogwood tree, because it's got to get up in height
Right.
for the shade of the tree canopy, which is obviously going to take years. I don't have to overnight.
I just don't want to be so specific, so you can put a combination of grass and trees and different things, and it's not 2% of this and 5% of that.
Well, A mentions, the
And it's,
moderately dense forests, shrubs, and understory vegetation and dense grasses. So it's a combination of about everything you can imagine.
okay,
But
so
it's-
I don't
it's
have a
just-
problem with that.
It's just how much do you do of that? Is it all 60 feet, or is that the first 30 of that,
I
second?
don't care.
How about if we said moderately dense forest along the water for a minimum of 1/2 water quality buffer zone, comma, woody shrubs and understory vegetation and dense grass.
The reason I don't like that is, for example, the Little River. If you're on the Little River now, you've got to have 30 feet of trees.
More than likely, this Little River's going to be 60 feet.
I was gonna say,
I know, but if, based on its.
Oh, well, he's in the first.
Now you're talking 30 feet, that's a lot.
That's,
well, I kinda like to have 30 feet of trees along the river myself.
from a water quality standpoint, 60 completely is probably ideal. Like some places I've read, 150 to 200 feet recommend that along a major water body. I'm not saying I agree with that much, but that's what some places say. It's just going to be a matter of depending on each property owner in that situation. Some may say, hey, 30 feet's too much. Others might say, hey, I want 150 feet. I don't want to ever have to worry about anything. I'll make a little walking path down there. I don't want people to be floating down the little river in a raft and see me in my bathroom.
Those people aren't going to be the issue. The ones that just don't want that much tree. So we're trying to set a minimum. Karen? Your opinion.
Anybody have any motions they'd like to make?
See if it flies or not.
Huh?
I'll see if it'll fly or not. Section 4A, page 6, make a motion to, second line after the word forest. Can't read my line. Insert along the water for a minimum of 1/2 the water quality buffer zone, comma, with woody shrubs and understory vegetation and dense grasses for the balance. Read it again.
Yeah, I ran out of room to write that. Okay.
Second line under A, after forest, insert along the water for a minimum of 1/2 the water quality buffer zone, comma, with woody shrubs and understory vegetation and dense grasses for the balance. That's my motion I'm standing by.
Okay. Okay, I think I have this right. That after the word forest, insert along the water for a minimum of 1/2 the water buffer zone. That's talking about the dense forest. And now I'm lost. And the rest would,
With woody shrubs and understory vegetation and dense grasses for the balance.
for the balance. Okay. Okay, is there a second to that? Motion fails.
I'll erase it.
We'll leave it. I think the only thing we gotta try to hammer out is the system. The way you had it worded, I think it's fine.
Already erased it. I can't bring it back to the page. So the distance of the tree going up, so what, 10 feet?
Because his failed, can I take a motion and insert instead of 50% the distance?
It's a whole new motion.
You can make,
There's not, it failed, so it's not.
Oh, we'll see if my motion.
you look like you're about to die.
I'm hurt. My stomach's hurting bad. So I want to have the same wording, except I want to say 15-foot boundary along the water.
You wanted to say 15 feet,
Or densely wooded.
15 feet for densely woody.
Where Grady had 50%, I wanted to say 15 feet.
So insert after the word forest along the water for a minimum of 15-foot boundaries along the water quality buffer zone with woody shrubs and
It's not correct.
story vegetation and dense grasses and for the balance.
Does that make sense?
Was that right?
How did we do it?
Something,
I want to make sure whether it's a 30-foot buffer or a 60-foot buffer, the first 15 feet is all that's the woody, the
dense.
native mature molly dense forest. And
That's
whatever remains, whether it's 15 or 45, it will be woody shrubs and understory vegetation, dense grasses.
Yeah. That's what
I
it said.
understand that. Okay, so it'd be 15 feet of dense forest. And then the rest would be the woody shrubs and other stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. No matter what the size. Okay, do I hear a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded. Any more discussion?
I did the deep.
Any more discussion? Any more discussion? Okay,
No,
they're still discussing.
no.
All in favor of the motion,
Could
say,
you read it one more time, please?
oh gosh.
You want me to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Okay. Insert after the word forest along the water for a minimum of 15 feet boundaries along the water quality buffer zone with woody shrubs and understory vegetation and dense grasses for the balance.
yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Since I'll correct it. Description.
Sorry, Ronnie, if you can, one more time.
Okay,
I've written down something a little bit different, so
I'm sorry. Is this right?
Yeah.
Yes. That's right.
But I want to make sure before we vote that we got it.
We have it right.
Insert after the word forest, and this is for page 6, section 4A. Insert after the word forest along the water for a minimum of 15 feet boundaries along the water quality buffer zone with woody shrubs and understory vegetation and dense grasses for the balance.
Mhm.
there's something that was added in there that's not in the original, but that's fine if you don't want it that way. I mean, well, I had written along the water quality, or along the water for a minimum of 15 foot, I think you said
Boundaries,
boundaries, I thought it was buffer zone. Along the water for a minimum 15 foot buffer zone, comma, with woody shrubs and understory vegetation and dense grasses for the balance.
he said 15-foot boundaries along the water quality buffer zone, but if that was not right, then we,
Yeah, along the water for a minimum of 15 feet of water quality buffer zone.
of a minimum of 15 feet of the water quality buffer zone.
Along the water for a minimum of 15 feet of the water quality buffer zone. Is that what you said?
Along the water for a minimum of 15 feet boundaries along the water quality buffer zone.
I know.
Okay, yeah,
Okay, your boundaries.
That was, okay. I think what he said was along the water from, or is
It was the same as what, no, I think it's what you had. I wanted basically what you said. It said.
along the water for a minimum of 15 feet of the water quality buffer zone.
So take out the word boundaries.
Yes, ma'am. And it should just say along the water for a minimum of 15 feet of the water quality buffer zone.
As long as that terminology is good with you.
Along the water for a minimum of 15 feet for a water quality buffer zone.
For a minimum of 15 feet of the water quality buffer zone.
Okay.
And then the rest of it stays the same.
Except you added for the
For the
balance.
balance at the end, yes, ma'am.
But, so the vegetative, this is a whole other thing. For A, vegetative targets for a stream, river, spring, or wetland buffer shall include native mature, moderately dense forest along the water for a minimum of 15 foot of the water quality buffer zone with woody shrubs and understory vegetation and dense grasses for the balance.
Yes.
So that's taking the first 15 feet, you got the big mature trees and all that, and everything there with it. So 30 foot or 60 foot will have understory vegetation and grasses for the remainder.
That's it.
There's, you know,
Does that work?
yeah, I'm just trying to picture somebody coming to my office saying, I gotta do 60 feet of what? Here, there's leeway, that gives them, you know, the more usable ground for them, so. Okay, make sure I read that right.
Okay. Need to vote.
Anything else on this page?
Oh, we spoke.
We have a motion on it.
I thought we already voted. Okay, all of those in favor of this motion, on section 4, I guess it was for section 4A, that has just been written 1,000 times. All those in favor say aye. 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 Okay. Any noes? No. So it passed. Anything else on this page?
No, I'm glad you did it. You're good.
Now make a motion to
What?
substitute revision 1 as amended for the current resolution.
What was it called, Rhonda, when you had this?
Well, we named it revision 1, didn't we?
But now we want to call
I was just going on whatever you put on your email. I put revision 1 on here so we could tell the difference.
On this one, you put, okay,
So you're actually going to have revision 2.
okay, what she's saying is, Grady, Mr. or
So we
whatever,
have revision 2.
this will have to be division 2,
Okay.
because we already had a division 1. So I don't really think we need a motion for that.
Okay, so my motion is to substitute revision 2 for
Okay,
the current resolution as amended.
as amended, that's good. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion, and everybody, for this motion was saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, it passed. Now I need to ask Rhonda. Is that going to take care of all of the
Justin, do you have a copy of that?
revisions that we have done
Rules. Do I get that off the internet?
and made them into
That's all I've
one?
got with me.
Okay.
I've got marks on it.
Well, no, that's fine. I do, but I will go to the
We
internet.
still don't have a motion to send it to the commission.
Can we just send this
Just send the revised revision two to
to the commission? Okay, Justin?
It's on that memo right there.
Oh, okay. Did you send it to Linda?
Yeah, it was sent out the very first thing.
Oh, okay.
That's number 0. There's a link to it right there.
Okay.
You go to,
Thank you.
you sent the memo back before the first meeting. It may be in your packet.
Yeah, I think it is.
Just,
Yes.
we need to, you feel good about this and we are ready to give it to the commission?
Yeah, I'll feel much better. If we had time, what I would prefer to do, if we had the time, is for me to make the revisions, send back out just to make sure I don't do any accidental typos or anything. And then, but that would require another meeting and we don't have the time. So,
That's right. Okay, so I need a motion that revision 2 be sent to the commission as soon as possible. What?
well, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll have to make the changes.
Yes.
Would it be me submitting or the ad hoc committee will be submitting?
I guess
It's-
it needs the most, probably needs to include something about you making the changes.
Well, we passed them all and they're all in here.
Well, we've already made a motion, so we know it's called revision 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
So now we just need to make a motion to send revision 2
To the commission.
to the commission with our recommendation.
I was told we don't get a resolution number unless it passes.
That's what?
Well, when he sends it to me by tomorrow, I will give him, I will give him a resolution number because
Okay.
he'll meet the 5-day deadline if you want it to go to the March meeting.
Sponsored by commissioners or commission, however that's worded, will that be
Yeah, they have to have our names on
your
there.
names? Okay.
So ad hoc committee
Okay.
members. But Jeff's not here, so I don't know how,
We probably should leave his off since he didn't vote on any of this.
okay.
Does that sound ugly? Well, don't say it. Well, I don't know. Do you have to say it?
So you could just say if you want your
I know, but
name,
he
but
didn't.
he can add his name as a sponsor if he wants to.
You probably won't like it.
So if you want all your names on there,
That's fine.
okay, and then if Jeff wants to add his name, he can too.
Okay, so you think that will fly if we just vote to send revision 2 to the committee?
What they're gonna look at is the resolution. That's what they're gonna look at, so.
Okay, to send revision 2, which will magically become the resolution.
It won't say the corrected copy that I go back and work on that I send to Rhonda. It won't say revision 2 on there. Will it, Rhonda, at the top of the heading?
No.
Because once if that's the final document that's signed and recorded, it doesn't need to have a revision on there.
Right.
We just internally made a motion to know which document to
Yes.
correct or amend to send on to the full commission.
Did
So
you
I'll,
change the topic? I'm sorry. Did we change the topic in the resolution?
the title,
No, they didn't change the
I
time.
wouldn't change
No.
it.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Sorry.
I need a motion to have this resolution sent to the commission.
Thought I did that.
Okay, let me rephrase. Do I hear a motion that we send this to the commission? No.
To the next, you want to send it to the next agenda committee meeting or
Is that
March the 3rd?
3rd?
Okay.
For March
It
19th.
has,
Why was that? Sorry,
It
what?
was-
They're going to Nashville.
They're gonna be out.
Meeting, so they moved our,
It's conflict.
okay, it's this,
Well,
just since on the time
What
schedule.
was your
because
motion?
they has
To
to-
update all these changes and make it revision 2, basically.
yeah, we did that.
we did that.
So
We
now,
did that.
That revision.
We substituted this.
so now we just need a motion that
We
says,
need a motion to send
after the,
we did-
revision 2 is finalized, it needs to be drafted into a resolution and sent to the agenda meeting,
What's this reading?
commission agenda meeting. Will that cover it?
Do you want to say that again?
After revision 2 is completely
Update.
updated, a resolution number will be assigned to it and sent forwarded on to the commission agenda meeting.
With our recommendation. Correct.
With our recommendation.
To March.
3rd. Maybe.
We could still do it in April, but let's push it right.
Well, the thing is
That gives us some,
well, the problem is the ad hoc committee resolution states it will be submitted. It will go back to the full committee. I may have that somewhere in here.
Correct, absolutely.
And if not, then the county commission will, I don't remember the wording, will take over with it. But
Yeah, we could actually have it submitted at the county commission, but it'd take 2/3 vote to get it put on the agenda. Which probably would not be good.
okay, we have a motion before the floor. Anybody want a second?
second,
Okay, any questions? Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
All right,
Aye.
motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay.
No debate on that.